Tuia I runga, tuia I raro, tuia I waho, tuia I roto, tuia te here tangata, karongo te pō, karongo te ao, tihei mauri ora. Thread together the forces from above and from below and from within and from what surrounds us to bind us together, the people that are gathered here today. E mihi atu ana ki ngā mana whenua, nai turu hiki hiki ki tau mutu, and nai tuahureri, ngā monga, kura tawhiti, Torles, Craigieburn, ka tiri tiri o te moana. So we acknowledge mana whenua from here, we acknowledge the mountains that are around us. Ngā awa o te rohi nei, think of the rivers that flow around and through this place, the Rakaia, the Waimakariri, and Waikirikiri, and Te Waihora. Ka tuku te aroha ki ngā hunga mati o te rā, ki a tātou te hunga ora nei. Thinking of those that have gone and passed away, and people that have gone before us in this space. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. And on screen behind me is our Council Waiata, if you'd like to join. Ko Waimakariri ki te raki e, ko ora kaya ki te toka e, te waihora e hora ake nei, ina te ora ka o ka iwi e, ma waira e torima e, maho, mahaku, matato e. And the karakia, you're welcome to say with me. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. And the council affirmation for this meeting. Let us affirm today that we as councillors will work together to serve the citizens of Selwyn District, to always use our gifts of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom and integrity in all our discussions, dealings and decisions so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will. Well, welcome along to day one of our council hearings for long-term plan 2024 through 2034. There are many phases of long-term plans, and this is getting towards the middle of the process. And after a whole lot of work that staff and councillors have done over the last 12 months to come up with a draft and putting that to the community and having a month of community feedback and engagement. And I want to thank the councillors and staff who were at many of the public events. It was great to be able to not only be in spaces where people were expecting us, but kind of turning up unexpected and interrupting people's lives as they walked into a supermarket or as they walked into the aquatic centre or as they walked into a market or into the sports centre, as I did with Sophie one evening, and just a little 3-minute interruption on the things that council were doing. While there were lots of people that were knew about what we were doing and interested, there were a number that once you had a 10-second conversation about it, were actually keen to be able to provide some feedback and take away some information. So I really want to thank the community for the level of feedback that we've received so far. We have had 1,500 submissions. We've got about 5 days of hearings, and today is the first day of those hearings. I'd just like to remind everyone what we are here for, and that is to listen. And listening is a key part of the process. The feedback that the members of the public and organisations within our community are going to give us is their perspective on what we have said we might do. and we need to listen to that. This is not the time when we'll be arguing with them about what their particular view is. It's not a time to try and ask them if they have understood some other perspectives that aren't there. That will be for others to be able to bring into the conversation and for us to wrestle with at the end of the hearings process about where we currently sit and what we have heard, and whether or not, in fact, we've actually heard anything new and different from all of the things that the pre-engagement had told us as well. People have taken time out of their lives and out of their schedules today and over the next few days to come and present to us. I'd ask councillors to treat with respect everyone that comes into the room, and that means eyes on them, not on our screens, listening to what people have to say. And I also recognise that people will need to take some notes on what is said, and that might require some typing on your screen. So it's not exclusively don't look at your screen, but can we please just recognise that for people coming in to see us today, their 5 or 7 minutes is their time to talk to us, and then I want them to understand that we are listening, and you might know you're listening, but please show that with your body language. There's a number of breaks that we have scheduled through today, and staff are working towards the end of the day to try and shorten up some of the gaps that we've got by asking people to come a little bit earlier than they might have otherwise scheduled. Today is a day of 7-minute presentations. That's shorter than it has been before, and so for those presenters that have been a part of this process before and have been given 10 minutes, today is 7 minutes, and actually other days coming up might only be 5 minutes because of the need to be able to hear so many submissions. And so we ask for, and I'll remind presenters to be succinct in what they're presenting and saying to us, but councillors, this will require less questions and less questioning than there has been possibly in the past, and so just ask for your cooperation as we do that. There's a screen behind Malcolm and Lydia that has 7 minutes on it. That's for everyone in the room to be able to see how long each presentation is, and for the self-regulation of presenters as well. And if anyone needs interrupting, I'll make sure that we keep on time throughout the day. So thank you for staff for chucking that on the screen, and someone's going to press the button on that 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Sarah. And that'll be when I finish talking and when a presenter starts talking, rather than me sucking up any of their time. The booklets that you have on your desks today in front of you, so the booklets that were sent last night and the list of people that are presenting today has been circulated with their submissions for today. So that is an extra booklet that has, rather than in the order of submitter, this is the order of presenter for today, so you can work through that document as people present. Sharon, did you have anything you wanted to start the day by saying?
No, thank you, Sam.
Lastly, from me, we just changed and provided tea and coffee for all of the presenters out in the foyer, so that when we do have a break, the room next door will be for councillors and staff, just to provide that ability to decompress a wee bit and have a breather, rather than always needing to be thinking about what presenters are saying. But if you do want to continue a conversation with any of the presenters that are here today and who might want to stay over a drink, councillors have just asked you to do that either in this room or in the foyer, where tea and coffee will be for you and them after this. I think that basically wraps up the intro for the day. Is there any questions or anything councillors had that they wanted to know or wanted to make sure was clear before we start this process? Nope. We have Nicole is on line. Nicole, hopefully you can hear us. Your camera and microphone are off, and that's fine. But we are here in the room, and Grant, Deborah is an apology for today, and Grant, I haven't heard from.
No, I haven't heard from.
So hopefully Grant will be joining us soon. But if we can move, and Megan is an apology for this process. So if we could move an apology for Deborah at the moment, and Megan, thank you, Sophie, and Malcolm. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Declare it carried. And then we will move into the first presentation. And so just so that our submitters are aware, we're working through Ben Deans as first, Mitch Prendergast, Mark Alexander, and Harvey Polgrace are our first submitters for the day. So Ben, welcome to the front end of the room. And you take a seat in either of those two seats that are there. The microphone that is in front of you is just the right hand button, one press to turn it on and one press to turn it off. And I'll hand the floor over to you.
Rightio, thank you, team. Look, with my submission, the first part, just picking the answers for what was asked of, I didn't look into those in detail, so you don't need to pay any attention to my selections there. My submission is essentially a bit of a primer. You're going to have Chris Stewart speaking to you later this afternoon from the Arthur's Pass Association. He's going to be talking about the water and some of the work the council's been doing in the village. My submission is more of a primer of the current issues with the wastewater situation in Arthur's Pass. At the moment, there's an element of tension between the Environment Canterbury rules and the Arthur's Pass village itself, because the ECAN rules for your septic systems were not designed with the intent for a small residential lots. Plus you have the added complications in Arthur's Pass of topography, plantings and extremely high rainfall. And in the process of building a new property up there, and currently almost completed, but going through both the Selwyn District Council consent process and the ECAN septic consent process, it's become pretty obvious to me that some things need to change. I don't have the expertise, but in speaking to some of the experts in ECAN, talking to the people that designed our septic system, it's really clear that in Arthur's Pass village, that it's not fit for purpose, the ECAN system. So either there has to be an agreement between ECAN and the Selwyn District Council of some appropriate rules, given the situation in Arthur's Pass with lot sizes, topography and things like that, to allow an ease consent and a relatively cost-effective system to go in for properties, or Selwyn District Council is going to have to bite the bullet and look at reticulating wastewater in Arthur's Pass, and whether that is teeing onto the system that you have off School Terrace that's doing about 8 properties already and expanding that. I think you could use a pressurised system over Rough Creek Bridge. And whether that's potentially also having storage options, so Selwyn Council can then truck that wastewater perhaps to Darfield and then pipe it back to the Rolleston system. Perhaps there's some way to do that cost effectively. I understand it's a small village and the rates that come from that is relatively small compared to, say, a large town like Rolleston, but I believe I'd be correct in assuming that Castle Hill has a reticulator system and they're not on septic tanks. Okay. So in my submission, just on a quick overview, ECAN were sent me just a few details, but there are 130 essentially wastewater parts in Arthur's Pass. Only 100 of those are essentially historic systems. Only 30 of them are actually consented. And those 100 systems are essentially operating out of existing use rights. But just to be clear, those systems are essentially plumbed long drops. So we've got a national park and we've got a sewage system in there. And I was walking around Arthur's Pass the other day and I could smell the smell of septic. We've got tourists, we've got the public, and we've got a system that just doesn't work. And on the cost side, it's horrific. So you've got the issues of you need to get someone to design it. You've got the ECAN fee. Now, ECAN is currently proposing for moving their septic fee, their consent fee, from $2,600 to $6,000. Now, people are submitting against that currently. But if that was to happen, even if you had 130 systems in Arthur's Pass, every 10 years they'd have to pay that fee, and that then doesn't include the fee to have someone design the system and then the capital cost of replacing that septic system as well. And just for my example, the total cost is probably getting close to $50,000 to get a compliant system. Given our site is only 560 square metres, you've got to go direct to sandbed. And if you apply that to many of the other properties, what essentially is happening is no one is upgrading their systems because it is just too expensive. And you can't actually get ECAN to guarantee they're going to give you a system, they run through the process. And to make matters worse, and this is not a dig at co-governance. But when our consent went to ECAN, iwi gave a 10-year consent. Now, the prior consent issued, the last prior separate consent issued in Arthur's Pass was for 15 years, and that was for 77 School Terrace. And when I talked to ECAN, they said, oh, well, it's just that iwi don't like giving 15-year consents now. Which, okay, fine, that's their perspective, but this isn't a choice if you're a resident of Arthur's Pass. You need to have a separate consent for your house. And so essentially, you're having to clipping that ticket, 50% more often, or, you're having to do it, every 10 years instead of every 15. And that makes a significant cost change as well. So as I said, there are a couple of potential solutions. Either we go down the track of working out what reticulation and storage and getting it into the Rolleston system, or ECAN and Selwyn need to actually sit down together and go, what is a solution that we can come up with for the village? Because my concern is the rules, especially with ECAN, are only going to get more difficult, and you're going to continue to have properties in Arthur's Pass, and with tourism and Airbnb, many of those properties actually have significantly more use than they did historically, and you've got essentially these plumbed long drops getting used all the time. You're going to have continued issues, and we can't sort of just keep kicking the can down the road. You've actually got to look into it, and I just believe this is a core function of council. This is, wastewater reticulation. This is dealing with wastewater. It's not a want to have or need to have, and we're in one of our national parks as well. So I do appreciate your time and consideration. I'm not an expert on any of this, but I think it's something that the district has to look into. Appreciate it.
Ben, thank you for coming in today. Is there a question that any councillors have? I'm kind of keen to, just the nub of what your submission to me sounds like you'd rather pay $50,000 for a reticulated system where the consent's handled by the community and through council, rather than spend $50,000 on a shorter time frame and do your own thing, and everyone sort of multiplying that across the district, across the town.
Yeah, look, I think that's a high end, I think, on cost, but there will be some sections in Arthur's Pass where you can't even get that system in. I mean, like, if you look at, say, Break Hill, for instance, there are some properties there, they're on a slope. You'll never get in your tank, and you'll never get in your direct to sand bed, because the sections are small, you can't have your drip, which means you need to dig in that large, and the other problem is, in a lot of those little sections, you'll have established beech trees as well, that you would never be able to get a system in without clear felling the whole section. So it's just, it would be an appropriate solution to have that done. On the cost side, well, I don't know when you guys look at a community and say we're going to put in reticulated sewage, obviously you work it out long term, very long term. I mean, if you looked at those costs that the average batch holder is going to have to pay over the next 100 years, I'm sure you can make the math work. And whether that is just going to storage and trucking, I'm assuming the public toilets in Arthur's Pass that Selwyn run, I'm assuming that material is trucked somewhere. I mean, I
don't think the public toilets are, but we'll look into the what you're bringing to us. So we thank you for your submission today, and it's good to hear the views, and we're going to hear, as you said, later on today, some other views from Arthur's Pass as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think Chris is talking about sewerage, but yeah, it's something that needs to be certainly looked into.
Great. Ben, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitch Prendergast is next. Councillors, this is submission number 552. It's a Selwyn Sports Trust submission. Mitch, thank you for, Mitch and friends, thank you for coming in today.
Sorry, Aaron Ford, Board Chair.
Aaron?
Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. I'll do it.
Great. The microphone is on in front of you. You've got 7 minutes for the presentation, and fire away.
Morena koutou, ko Aureki te Maunga, ko Rakaia te Awa, no Southbridge Aho, ko Mitch Prendergast, Tokaunga. Good morning all. I'm Mitchell Prendergast. I'm the Operations Manager of the Selwyn Sports Trust. As we discussed, joined by Aaron Ford, our Board Chair, and Emma Wilson, one of our founding trustees. And we're here today to talk about the Selwyn Sports Trust, and we are seeking $65,000 of strategic partnership as per the long-term plan. So from our humble beginnings in 2013, the Selwyn Sports Trust has grown into a leader in our community, tirelessly working to inspire every member of the Selwyn district to embrace the benefits of physical activity. But we're not just about sports delivery alone. We're about inclusivity, community spirit, and fostering connections that transcend age, gender, ethnicity, and ability. So it's important that we get a bit of perspective on the value that physical activity has for our community. So as we know, physical activity serves as a direct link to improving one's mental and physical health, whether it be playing sport, attempting a triathlon for a first time, or simply going for a walk with a loved one. Physical activity is also a fantastic way to foster a sense of connection with the community, whether it be joining a sports team or a social running club. Physical activity serves as a unique and exciting way to improve a person's interpersonal relationships. Our approach here at the Selwyn Sports Trust is multifaceted, combining both the delivery of events and programs designed to engage and empower the community, from the exhilarating Kudu Games, which sees 2,500 rangatahi from across the South Island converge on Selwyn for a 3-day sports tournament based around fair play and participation, to the new and exciting Rolleston Kids Triathlon, which sees 400 tamariki attempting multi-sport in the fantastic purpose-built facilities of the Selwyn Aquatic Centre and Foster Park. Our offerings cater to a diverse range of interests and abilities. Our work goes beyond just organising events. We're invested in our youth, working closely with schools to promote holistic wellbeing through physical activity. Our iBike program ensures that every student years 5 to 6 receives the essentials in bike safety education, setting them up on a path for a lifetime of healthy habits on a bike. Our rangatahi strategy ensures that students from all 4 of the Selwyn secondary schools get equal access to physical activity, regardless of if they are the member of the first 15 or the first 11, right down to the social sports teams, removing the barrier to have to travel into Christchurch for this opportunity. And let's not forget our dedicated road runners and walkers groups who embody the spirit of community and camaraderie with every step they take. We have 4 groups spread across Rolleston, Lincoln, Leeston and Darfield, with nearly 400 members running nearly every night of the week, running and walking. But why stop here? The next 10 years presents us with new opportunities for growth and innovation. With your partnership, we can confidently explore new and exciting innovations that will not only enrich the lives of our residents, but also attract visitors to the region to continue to boost our local economy.
Okay, as you know, team, it's tough out there at the moment. Our funding model is currently broken. We rely heavily on grant structures, and at this stage, that's tanking. We've realised that over the last 4 years, our events are getting more expensive, and basically they wash their face, but we can't rely on the current funding model we have. So we've been taking some pretty aggressive steps. We've tried to boost our growth in commercial sponsorship. That's a slow burn, and unfortunately it's not replacing that gap that the funding has decreased by. For instance, when I took over board 4 years ago, our sponsorship was about $15,000 in cash, and we had about $10,000 in kind. We're now up to around, last year, $45,000 in cash, $30,000 in kind. The in-kind is really important. It's traffic management, it's advertising, that type of stuff. We've successfully gained another couple this year, so we're now up to 65 with that 30 in cash. We've taken on a contractor because we're not specialists at finding that, so we've gone to a specialist to help us grow that market, and we need to get rid of our reliance on grant funding. But we've got that gap. So what does great look like for us? Great looks like surviving 2024 at this stage. It's not a given. Really tough out there, and we've got a lot of hard work to do, and we're going to need some wins along the way. Great also, number 2, we can continue on our progress through 2025, and I'd like to be here in 3 years' time, actually just coming in to thank you and not needing your support. But we need that break to get our commercial plan going, so we can thank you for your support that you've given us over the last years, and then ask you to spend the money where in the other fantastic organisations that need it. So we'd just like to thank you for your time. If there is any questions, please, we're here to answer them. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Very clear submission to us. Councillor, is there anything you want to ask? No, appreciate you coming in today and presenting, Aaron, Emma and Mitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Next up, we have Mark Alexander. Councillors, there's two slots that Mark is presenting on. Firstly, he's going to present the Rolleston Residents Association submission and then his own submission to the long-term plan. Mark, welcome back to this long-term plan process that you are very familiar with. I'll hand over the floor to you, and as I said earlier, and I think you were in the room for that, the 7-minute time is out to your right.
Yep. As I say, 14 minutes. I'll focus on the Residents Association submission. We have 29 points in our submission with a couple of minor points. So well over 30 points. 7 minutes is kind of tough. 14 minutes will be challenging. The Residents Association, Rolleston Residents Association, is under new management. Reluctantly, I took the chair at our AGM last year, but said we would need a new focus. We want to work collaboratively with council. We're putting the past battles, won or lost, behind us. So in that spirit, we're generally supportive of the direction of projects and proposals in our council's 2024-34 long-term plan. All of the submission was agreed to by the Residents Association at its April meeting, after Mr. Harris had came and made a presentation on the long-term plan. We've also had the feedback from Mr. Harris on a number of points. We sent him a list of questions and he came back with a number of staff responses, some of which we agreed to, some of which we don't. Firstly, I'll focus on our new requests, things that aren't in the long-term plan. The first one's an easy one, a no-cost proposal. Residents would like the opening hours of the aquatic centre on the weekends shifted. Instead of being 8 to 8, 7:30 to 7:30. That's because those who want to come in for a quiet exercise to start their day, with an 8 a.m. opening, the swim school starts to set up at 8:15. You haven't got an opportunity to exercise quietly before the swim school takes over. And I've spoken to almost all the staff who are on duty on the Saturday and Sundays. They don't see a problem. Shift the hours half an hour. Those who want exercise can have 3/4 an hour to get exercised and get away before the swim school takes over. It's a no-cost option, so we recommend that. And perhaps that could be a trial for 12 months to see how well it works. Library opening hours. It's perverse. Libraries close on public holidays. The very day that families could get to and use the library's closed. That's perverse. They don't need to be fully staffed. They don't need to run programs, but they do need to be open on public holidays. Walking networks of park benches and townships. So this is a district-wide project, not just a Rolleston one. It's something the Residents Association promoted some years ago, but got canned because we were doing a lot of intersection work. Council was doing a lot of intersection work, and there really wasn't an opportunity. As people get older, they can't walk as far. If there was a network of benches 200 or 300 metres apart, then people could walk and sit. And this would also be helpful for parents with toddlers. Toddlers can't walk kilometres at a time generally either. Council staff have a project in the budget for 30 over 10 years. We're proposing 20 each year, so 200 over 10 years, not just in Rolleston, but across the district. So that in our townships, there's a network of benches that people can stroll, sit. This could be part of the youth and ageing strategies. It would cost less than $4 per household per year, but provide immense benefit to our townships. If you imagine from walking from here to the aquatic centre or the sports centre, it's a long way. If you're not quite as firm and fit and able as you used to be, there's almost nowhere to sit. I think there might be 2 bus stops you could sit at. So this would improve our townships, and this is a district-wide project. The Residents Association has actually been quite supportive of district-wide projects. It's not all about Rolleston. We're supportive of district-wide things. Boundary planting at the district park. Staff have said it can't be done. Well, I don't agree. We don't agree. It needs to be done. The district park as we know. Selwyn is windy and cold. Rolleston is especially windy and cold. There's not boundary plantings. When we start to put people at the district park, it's going to be cold, windy, and miserable. If we start boundary plantings this season, that's 1 year's more growth they get before we actually start to use the park. And Anzac Memorial. This year, the Anzac Parade and service for Rolleston was shifted to town centre. It's almost universally agreed that that was a success. It saved council $15,000 in road closure costs, but there is no monument to focus an Anzac Day service on at the town centre. Respectfully, we suggest saving $15,000 a year over the decade. That's $150,000. It's a good start on a replacement monument in the town centre. Also, it might be helpful if council had a sound system for the town centre so that people holding events there can use the council's sound system that might live at Te Atea, but be available. It's going to be an event-focused space. It'd be nice if there was an event-focused sound system. Broadlands Drive extension. Across the south side of Halpert Park, the former sewage treatment plant, Broadlands Drive goes halfway across. We're asking that the extension be finished sooner than later. With the opening of the Pack and Save and Mitre 10 on the corner of Levi and Lincoln Rolleston roads, it's going to be a lot more traffic in that area. The extension of Broadlands Drive would allow a much better traffic flow and relieve the pressure on the intersection of Springston Rolleston Road and Lowes Road. The cost can be banked against the future development of that site, which council owns. Finally, from the Residents Association, free room hire for Residents Association across the district. Currently, we have to apply for a grant. Somebody has to consider that grant. It has to be paid and then paid back to council. That's an awful lot of double handling to give the Residents Associations free meetings. Yeah, we're meant to be working with you. We want to work with you, but you'd be enormously surprised and probably disappointed at the resentment that the current process generates in the community. We're all one in our aim for the betterment of our community. It would be more efficient simply to grant the room hires rather than go through a complicated application, consideration and granting of that money. It would enable a much better spirit of cooperation with council and community. Economic development. It's the first point we had disagreed with council from the long-term plan.
Mark, sorry, I'll just let you know that 7 minutes is up. You're welcome to carry on with this submission.
Yeah, carry on with, you can take
you
time
use the
again
whole
with my
14.
next submission. Yeah.
Yep.
As I said, I'll do the Residents Association. If there's any time left, I'll do my own personal one.
Oh, thank you.
Economic development. The Residents Association does not support the proposed $900,000 a year. In the current financial fiscal times, that seems extravagant. We would support $200,000 or $300,000 a year for the first 3 years of the long-term plan to be reviewed for the next long-term plan. That would have seemed to be to enable some economic development, but show restraint. Transport. Did you know that Rolleston has about the same geographic size as Timaru and now has a bigger population? Rolleston is now the second biggest urban area in the Ecan Rohi. Second biggest. Ecan have been trialling a My Way service for Timaru, which is an on-demand public transport system. And we think that would be ideal for Rolleston and possibly the greater Christchurch area of Selwyn. We've submitted on the regional transport plan, the government's transport GPS, Selwyn's LTP, requesting the My Way service for Rolleston or the greater Christchurch area of Selwyn. We seek your support, council's support for that proposal and for any infrastructure. Rolleston is about 4 kilometres, the box about 4 kilometres in size. If you live on Selwyn Road or in Farringdon and you want to come to the town centre, you drive. That's very inefficient. That's the worst possible journey for a car, 3 kilometres. And there are an increasing number of elderly who don't even drive and are effectively trapped in their houses for a lack of public transport within Selwyn. And I'm sure Prebbleton, Lincoln, Rolleston, Prebbleton, Lincoln, West Milton are the same. A My Way service would alleviate that. Indoor courts for Eastern Selwyn. The long-term plan doesn't propose any indoor courts being built in eastern Selwyn to 2041. Staff's response to our requests, our comments, were that, more facilities being provided in Christchurch that might meet the demand, and that the Selwyn Sports Centre is only 30% utilised. Well, that 30% is probably the very time that people want to use it. We're getting feedback, anecdotal, from parents, grandparents, that they can't get court space in Selwyn. To say that the answer is that they go to Christchurch for training and playing simply isn't good enough. We believe that we need indoor court space, more indoor court space within this LTP period, that the logical place for it is at the Selwyn Sports Centre, that it doesn't have to be a new wing on the sports centre. It could be covered outdoor courts built on the eastern side of the sports centre, provide more space, because not all games need to be indoors. If you look at the Rolleston College covered court space, it could be something like that. But we don't believe that waiting to 2041 to provide more court space in eastern Selwyn is either desirable or appropriate. We need, with the growth we're going to have, we need it now. Well, we need it within the decade, and certainly not 17 years away. So I challenge staff's response that it's going to Christchurch is adequate. It isn't. Other points I was going to raise. We support the development contributions for public toilets and reserves. Our feedback, again from parents, is that there need to be more of them in some of the smaller reserves. Toddlers can't wait for toileting. And in a lot of our neighbourhood reserves, when a kid needs to go, it's got to go. The answer is the bushes, and that's not a great response. We need a better response across the district. So we support the development contribution and we support the implementation. So with 2 minutes to go, I guess I'll say, are there any other questions?
Councillors, do you have anything you'd like to ask Mark on the submission that he's made? No? Mark, if you want to move on to your own submission?
No, we'll make one comment. And it's a thank you, actually. It's a bouquet for staff and Councillor Phil for their support of the Anzac Day service here in Rolleston. Phil in Centre Point provided the sound system, which was great. Centre stage. He's clear to separate himself from that. It was great. Staff were very helpful and very supportive of that event, and then the location is great. So I do want to acknowledge that and acknowledge Mr. Harris and his support of our questions and the staff response. So I commend the Resident Association's submission to you, and I commend my own personal submission. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Really appreciate you taking the time to make the submission happen, and then I'll be here in person to present it today as well. Council will be making decisions in early July around what we've heard. Thank you. Harvey, you're next up. Councillors, this is submission number 1243, Melbourne Community Patrol. Harvey, thank you for coming in today. It was good to see you at the Indian Kiwi Business Awards as well in celebration, but we appreciate you taking the time to present to us and give us the written submission as well. Feel free to highlight any of the points that were in there, anything new you want to bring to our attention, and we've got 7 minutes for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Chairman of the Melbourne Community Patrol, and the Patrol is asking the Council to fund the installation of security cameras at the Darfield Recreation Centre and the car park associated with that. We have the police support for the submission. As a community patrol, we're aware of the car park being used for various nefarious activities, such as swapping drugs, that sort of thing. We often see cars parked in there, and the patrol will go up alongside them and just say hello, but that's all the effect we can have. We've also had feedback from users of the car park saying that their car has been damaged when they've been attending functions, but of course with no security cameras to back up that, there's been no further action. The network that we have currently established around the Darfield area is all controlled by police and is all recorded. We want to get in on that. We want these cameras to be getting in on that network. We've had the job scoped. We're looking at less than $5,000. And we are aware that security cameras are obviously installed around some of the Rolleston facilities that the council owns here, but because the Darfield Rec Centre is the council facility, we need your support to do this. That's it.
Thank you for that. A very clear submission to us. Councillors, is there any questions that you have? Yeah, Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you for that submission. It's nice to see a budget that's not too big. My question is, who will be monitoring will you have a paid security firm that's monitoring?
No, this is all connected to the police network, which is solely accessible by the police. And of course, if they get a complaint, because it's all recorded, they can go back and look at the time frame. You'd be surprised at everything that happens around Christchurch and around most of the suburbs these days is continuously recorded. So they've always got that feedback.
Great, thank you for that. Any further questions? No? Harvey, thank you for coming in today and presenting that to us.
Thanks very much. I'll see you on Monday. You're welcome to do that now if you want to. No.
Councillors, I received a message from Grant while I was doing the introduction, which I hadn't seen for lateness this morning. So I just ask that you allow us to include him in as an apology for this morning. Nods of heads around the room. So staff can just note Grant as an apology. Thank you. He'll be coming later. Yeah. The next presenter is Alex Mclin. Alex, welcome to our room today to listen to your submission. Thank you for what you have already presented to us in written form, and this morning is a chance to hear your emphasis on the matters you'd like to raise for us. There's a 7-minute timer out to your right-hand shoulder, and the microphone is on in front of you. We'll start the timer though when you have the screen in front and the presentation ready to go.
Thanks, Sam. I won't be very long. I won't take the 7 minutes. And so I'm part of the Prebbleton community. And in my submission, I was kind of surprised that we will have a hall that will be knocked down because of earthquake, I understand, reasons, safety, and there is no plan for a replacement. And so I'm asking the council what would be the thinking behind that. I'm part of a group personally that hires that existing Prebbleton hall every week. So we use it regularly and it works well for us. I'm guessing that is it by 2037 that its use by date will be expired?
Off the top of my head, I can't give you that answer, sorry.
No, I don't know, so it doesn't matter. And I just had a bit of a look at it. And this is pretty rough, but in the last 20 years, Leeston's population has doubled. Lincoln has grown 4 times bigger and Prebbleton has grown 5 times bigger. Lincoln will grow, I'm not saying that it won't, but it seems like Prebbleton hasn't caught up with the attention of the council. I personally believe that Leeston has been waiting a long time for something to happen in their facilities, and I would support that something does happen, but I would suggest that we don't want in the current economic climate an architectural ultra-modern building with a fancy name, fancy planting of native trees, huge car park that 90% of the time isn't used until a large function is held. So I've come from Otago and I see a difference in Canterbury, and you've got a higher rate payer base, but I also see it's more lavish and it concerns me on a personal level. Prebbleton does not want a vanity project. We don't want a flashy hall. But we need to know that by the latest and around that 2037 timeframe, we will have a modest building of a similar size to the present one that we could use. I feel from the residents that I talk to that we don't want a huge rate rise increase because we have to pay for a building. And it would be inappropriate to have a modern edifice that's thrust on us without some discussion that we were involved in over a period of time. As I said, I've recently come from Otago, and I want to show you the building that's on the screen, which has recently been built and opened. And it's a very different model to what anything that I see happening here in Canterbury. And I want to put it in front of you as a leadership challenge to think outside the square, consider there are other models that could be used and much cheaper and more suitable for the particular culture of the areas that require a building. So we have now a really nice and efficient new town hall. It was a joint venture with a previous owner. The peak that you can see in front of you is the existing or the original Kaitangata Presbyterian Church. And so the local council CEO saw that the Kaitangata Town Hall was completely worn out and said, well, why don't we do something with those people and tack a building onto the side of the existing building? And so a committee was formed, which it ended up that I was part of that committee. And over 8 years, they planned and fundraised and were able to build that building 100% debt-free for a cost of 1.1 mil, just over. Different model to what I see operating here. And so they fundraised, they had all sorts of grants, they had lots of activities, the community owned it. Now, what you need to understand, Kaitangata has a population of just over 800. And they raised $1 million. So I'm thinking that this is something that Privilton could consider, that local people own the project, local people drive the project, and local people deliver under budget. And I mean, we did it with council, if you like, oversight, but we were our own project managers. We didn't have the people on the gravy train with the hands out for all the frills and the fancy, for like signage or whatever it might be. We did it with local community support that bought into the project and were excited to be part of it. Maybe, and this is a suggestion, that someone from this council would be interested to go to Kaitangata and see that particular building, talk to a man called Evan Dick, who's a bit of an entrepreneur, who was the chairman of our committee. Conversely, I'll give you another scenario, and it's not to dwell on it or criticise it, because it's not my purpose here, but Balclutha Township now has a new town hall. It's 14 kilometres away from that one, and so the Kaitangata one will hold 300 people. Balclutha is obviously a bigger town, it's 4,500. So it's 14 kilometres away. It was proposed to the ratepayers and projected to cost around 12 mil. Its final cost was over double that. It's flash and has lots of wasted spaces which are impossible to heat in the South Otago climate. It is culturally and politically correct, but it does have a smaller seating capacity than the older hall that they knocked down. So we ended up with a smaller hall with the debt. And Balclutha's rates have now ballooned, and that particular building is partly to blame. We don't want to go down that road. As I understand it, Privilton residents have a higher proportion of elderly people living in the town than most of the other towns, and it's a retirement sort of an area. And I don't see it's feasible for elderly residents to walk over 5 k's from the town boundary to the current sports ground that's at Birches Road if a building was built there, because it would be just too far out of the centre of the township.
Alex, I'll just let you know that's the end of your 7 minutes. But if you'd like to just conclude any final things you'd like.
I'm very sorry. Yes, no, okay. I didn't think I'd be this long. Okay, let me conclude. So I'm saying that Privilton did not have a mention in this particular plan that we're discussing. So that tells me or sends a message to me that there is no plan for Prebbleton. And on behalf of the Prebbleton residents, I would like to know why. There is no plan for a hall to be present in our town in the future. The current hall, although old, is sound and obviously working well. It is centrally located and has survived multiple earthquakes. My personal view is that we may be entering an economic downturn, and I don't want to see Prebbleton increasing the council debt, but I would encourage you to have discussion on looking on fresh alternatives outside the box to give an option for Prebbleton in the future. So thank you for that.
Thanks for coming in, Alex. Really great to see the pictures too, so we can actually understand what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, I have notes here that someone may wish to have.
Yeah, Jen, right beside you. If you could leave them with her, that would be great.
I hope you can read them. They're written out in biro.
No, we've got.
Oh, no, I'm actually quite impressed.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Alex, please be in touch offline.
Councillors, next we've got Pam from Springfield School Board of Trustees, and she'll be in a minute. She's just in the foyer.
It's my own personal screen.
Pam, thank you for coming along, and the presentation that you've already sent through that councillors have had, and today's a chance for you to emphasise anything that's in there or bring in any new information that you'd like. We've got a 7-minute sort of time frame for this. There's a screen out to your right if you want to self-monitor, but I'll let you know when it runs over. It's not a... there's no hard and fast line around finishing, but if it gets to 7 minutes, I'll let you know that we're coming to the end. So the right-hand button is the microphone on and off, so just press it once and the floor's yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to come and provide feedback for the long-term plan. My name's Pam Aldersley, and I'm presenting on 2 submissions, 1133 as the presiding member of the Springfield School Board of Trustees, and also 1155, which is on behalf of myself as an individual and my family. Firstly, on behalf of the Springfield School Board of Trustees, I'm advocating for students of Springfield School regarding the proposed closure of the Sheffield Memorial Pool. I just want to ensure that the council is aware that Springfield School senior students use the Sheffield Pool for swimming lessons each summer. Springfield School has a small pool which is ideal for our junior students learning to swim. However, once they're able to swim, the larger Sheffield Pool allows our more competent swimmers the opportunity to learn to dive safely, swim out of their depth, and develop stronger swimming skills. With drowning being a significant cause of mortality for New Zealanders, Teaching all Springfield school students to swim is an important part of our role as a school. Having access to the Sheffield pool is a vital part in keeping our tamariki safe and enables our students to achieve to their highest potential. Closing the Sheffield pool would essentially deny Springfield school students the opportunity to hone their swimming skills, as the distance to Darfield or Rolleston pools would be prohibitive. Additionally, closing the Sheffield pool would also mean that Springfield school students would be far less likely to participate in combined Malvern School and Canterbury swimming sports events, denying them the opportunity to challenge themselves and make connections with tamariki from other schools. For these reasons, the Springfield School Board of Trustees strongly opposes the closure of the Sheffield Memorial Pool. Moving on to submission 1155, which is on behalf of my family. We live on a small farm on the outskirts of Springfield Township. We have 2 children, both boys aged 15 and 10. As we navigate raising children in today's world, we believe that having strong social connections is vital. To this end, 2 parts of the long-term plan stuck out to us: the proposed closure of the Sheffield pool and the proposed Malvern Recreation and Sports Facility. The Sheffield pool holds many special memories for our family. I can barely reconcile remembering watching our boys as preschoolers working up the courage to jump off the diving board with the crazy death-defying stunts I've witnessed this past summer. The Sheffield pool is a vital part of our summer schedule and provides a great place for fun, fitness, recreation and connection for our whole family. Over the years, it's been a great place to catch up with other local families, and now that our boys are getting older, it's somewhere that they can go and meet their friends and take part in a positive activity. Part of the council's rationale to close the Sheffield pool centres around its proximity to Darfield pool. However, there are many families such as ours who live further west of Sheffield, further away from swimmable rivers and beaches, who this would impact even more. Closing the Sheffield pool would close one of the very few family-friendly facilities in our community, and for this reason, we strongly support keeping the Sheffield pool open. The proposed recreation and sports facility in Darfield is really exciting. This type of facility would inevitably encourage a greater uptake of sports. There is excellent evidence about the many benefits of youth participating in sports, which I've outlined in my written submission. This type of facility in our community, which would provide our teens with a place where they can connect with their peers in healthy, positive interactions year-round. With the local population and the high school role growing, 2 courts would future-proof this facility, and we strongly support this concept. As a council, you weigh up various merits of various aspects of the long-term plan, and although it's a numbers game, I would really encourage you to keep the people of the Selwyn area at the heart of your decision making. Although there are smaller numbers of people in rural areas such as Springfield and Sheffield, our needs are not smaller than the people living in more populated areas of the district. In fact, with such few facilities available for rural communities, it's important that current facilities are retained and new facilities developed to ensure social connection. Ki mai ki ahu, hei aha te mea nui o te au. What is the most important thing in the world? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It is people, people, people. Thank you.
Kia ora, Pam. Thank you for that. Are there any questions any councillors have? Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you. If the council was to oblige all of the communities that are coming towards us with their requests, which we totally agree, you know, everything is viable, are you happy with the proposed rates increases? You're on a farm?
Yes.
Rural ratepayer? You
Yep.
guys are happy with the proposed rates increases?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Pam, thank you for coming in and spending the time with us this morning.
Thank you.
We'll be making decisions early July. Louise. Welcome along. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us this morning. I think you heard me introduce the sort of conditions around today's presentation, so really keen to hear what you have to say, and thank you for your travelling to speak to us today.
Cool.
Floor's yours.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Louise Davis, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of my submission number 184 regarding the question to close the Sheffield pool. I am not in favour of it closing or having it demolished or moved to the school for the reasons stated in my submission. I've been the caretaker at the Springfield pool for the last few years and hold a qualification in an aquatic facility guide to water quality and treatment, unit standard 20046. The Selwyn District Council inspects our pool each year, and while I've been looking after it, it has achieved an excellent report each year. I only bring this up to let you know that I have a better understanding than most on what goes into keeping a community pool up to an excellent standard. I would like to see the Sheffield pool return to community hands and a community organisation set up to manage the pool as it was in the past. If the council was to agree to this, all funds set aside to demolish, reinstate the ground and the proposed new pool at the Sheffield School grounds should go towards repairing and running the existing pool as a community-run facility by the community. If it was run by the community, keys could be issued to people who wish to use the pool only after an induction on correct pool use. There would still need to be set times that the pool could be used to ensure that the required tests can be completed. However, they could be longer than what is currently in place. There would also need to be a roster of committee members set up to complete and record the 3-hourly pH and chlorine tests, the weekly water quality tests, and the monthly pathogen tests required to meet the current pool regulations. With the use of Google Sheets forms, this could easily be shared between several people. At least 3 or 4 people would need to complete the required unit standard to oversee the running of the pool operation and to add chemicals when required. Without lifeguards needing to be present, this would bring the running cost of the pool down significantly. From the meeting I attended on the 24th of April, we were told there are pools in Diamond Harbour, Waiau and Rotherham that are run in this way. I've been a season pass holder at the Sheffield pool for the last few years. I take my 4 kids there regularly during the summer. Whenever I have visited for either children's swimming lessons or just to cool off, the pool is a hive of activity. I love being able to catch up with other families, and my kids always have a wonderful time running into their mates. The pool is more than a pool. It is a meeting place, a hub, and a much needed form of stress relief during the summer holidays. I've written in my submission about the need for children to learn to swim given our country's appalling drowning statistics. It has been wonderful to see them learn to swim out of their depth and gain the confidence that can only be achieved when you're thrown in the deep end, so to speak. I also learnt at the meeting that the pool is a war memorial and the land was gifted to be used as a community pool. While I understand there are now complications with the ownership of the land, the pool is still a memorial to the men and women who put their lives on the line or gave their lives so our small island nation can continue to be a free and fair democracy. Thank you for giving me the time to speak to you today and to make the most of my hard-fought right to express my views in this democracy. Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. Are there any questions the councillors have? It's got one around the way that that could be structured.
Yes.
And the other examples that you gave of it. Are they incorporated societies that are organisations that become running the pool on a volunteer basis, or is it just a collective of families that put their hands up to try and run the pool? I'm just wondering if council was to consider gifting the pool to something else or someone else, what do you think the best?
I imagine for the size of the Sheffield pool, an incorporated society would be more effective. The Springfield pool is run by me. It's a much smaller pool and a much smaller pool of families as well. So I think a committee as such would be the thing to do for the Sheffield pool.
Okay, thank you. Lydia.
Thank you for your submission and all that you do for the Springfield pool. Would you be willing to give some of your time around helping a Sheffield pool committee or group?
Yes, I'd be happy to help.
If that was the option that came through?
I'd be happy to help set it up. There's a bit of a tyranny of distance between Sheffield and Springfield.
Yes, that's right.
But I am beginning to pass my duties as the Springfield pool caretaker on as my children are ageing out of school. But yes, that is something I'd be happy to help with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah, quick question, potentially to both of you, so sorry for not hitting the button quickly enough before. One of the other things that we had in our consultation booklet was around rural public transport. Yeah. And there's that whole thing of, yes, at the moment there is no way other than driving, really, to get between Springfield, Sheffield and
anywhere.
Darfield.
Yeah.
So in terms of the fact that public transport being a bit more of a multi-purpose type thing to help people who aren't just necessarily going to a pool, is that sort of something that you would support? I don't know how the outcome of deliberations are going to go around the pool, but in terms of PT, Do you think it would help if there was actually a bus that could help people get to and from the Darfield pool at the weekends as an alternative?
The thing with pool use is you would need quite regular times. If you're taking small children to a pool, you don't want to be waiting 6 hours between buses. It may help, but I don't know how much.
I guess it's rural public transport.
Sorry, if you'd just like to come forward again, just because the microphone, we've got some people online, they won't be able to hear.
Oh, sorry. Public transport doesn't really sort of be on our radar when we're up in Sheffield Way, just because there's no option at the moment. And so it kind of seems, because our populations are quite small, it's hard to understand how, as Louise was saying, a service could be effectively run, that it was useful for people that are needing it at the times they need it. I definitely support it, but I don't know how financially it could work.
Even with, say, for example, I do one trip to Christchurch a week to get all of my groceries. I couldn't bring that back on a bus. Yeah, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shane.
Tēnā rā tātou. Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you very much for reminding us of the memorial gates there. Is there currently a service that's held there?
At the
Anzac?
Sheffield?
Yes.
Not at the pool itself. I believe there's a can't remember the name of the thank you. I believe there's one there, and there's also one at the Tawera Memorial Hall.
Thank you.
Great. There's no further questions. We appreciate you taking the time and coming to speak to us today. Thanks, Louise.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, our submitter, Denise Carrick, hasn't arrived, so we will slot her in when she does a little bit later on. So we'll take morning tea now, and we were due to come back just before 11, but if we can be back in our seats ready to start at 1:45, and if Denise has arrived, we'll make sure that we've got her happening earlier. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, 11:45. I'll adjourn the meeting. hearings today. Fred, it's great that you could join us. Thank you for the submission that you've already sent through, and today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything within that submission or bring to light any new information you'd like to share with us. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation, and there's a big stopwatch on the over your right hand shoulder on the wall, which someone else will run, and I'll remind you if we get to 7 minutes where we're up to, so you don't need to worry about it. The right hand button on the microphone, just press it once to turn your microphone on, and the floor's yours.
Is that the one? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't done this before, so here we go. You'll have my printed sheet in front of you, I think. I'm going to start first with number 10. Hope I don't have to go in order. First, I'd like to compliment and thank Bob Mugford and Lydia Glidden, our two councillors, two excellent representatives who are covering a wide area. Thank you to them. My concerns, Mr. Mayor, you have stated that the ward system is more democratic on a population basis. I think that's totally flawed. Melbourne, under the ward systems proposed, would be 5,000 square kilometres. The other's about 300. Have you considered the hundreds of miles of pothole gravel roads in Selwyn, the number of bridges, the number of culverts, the miles of water races, and the distance that a councillor would have to travel? And Melbourne could end up under the new proposed systems with no resident councillor and no community board. I think that number 10 should stay as it is at present. I'll shift to number 1. Rate increases should not exceed the rate of inflation, especially in these times. People are not spending, retail businesses are closing, families are struggling, and farm cost increases are outstripping returns. Be sensible and pull your rates back. Flood issues in Springfield and Horata, they've been ongoing for years in Springfield. Instead of that, you're planning for a 1 in 200 year flood in Darfield from the Selwyn. Anyone knows that the Canterbury Plains fall at 32 feet a mile to the coast. There's only one way the Selwyn River is going, and that's not through Darfield. Sheffield Memorial Swimming Pool. Community raised the money and built that pool. I was a 10-year-old when that money was being raised and helped raise it. The Sheffield School wants the pool kept. I spoke to the chairman of the board last night with a committee, and I think that that pool should be given back to the community free of cost, if you wish, from the council, but not to be demolished. Understanding your rates. There's a contradiction here, I think. If you read on your booklet, page 18, these assets benefit. This is for the major assets which you're proposing, and which I totally disagree with at present. They should be put on hold until finances are better. But on page 18, these assets would benefit both current and future generations, so we use borrowing to ensure intergenerational equity. This is achieved by spreading the costs of an asset over 20 to 25 years. In this way, it is paid for by generations that benefit from it. And then we go to page, I think, 56. You have a nice little graph there. Starting this year at 15.6%, in year 10 down to 1% increase in rates. Seems totally hypocritical to me, unless you have a good explanation for it. It would appear that the present generation would be rated like hell to pay for what future generations would enjoy. Number 9, self-explanatory. I think this building needs a thorough audit. Cycle trail, Arthur's Pass to the east coast, a definite no, certainly at the moment. Far more cost than that to the ratepayer than there would be returned to the Selwyn Council. Mr. Mayor, I think that That's probably all I need to say at the moment. Oh, flood issues. No, I spoke on that. Yeah, I think that's about covered me.
Great, thank you for taking the time to present that to us. Just your first comment and number 10 in your submission is on the ward systems and community boards. So that will be considered as part of our representation review, which is a process that we're doing at the same time as this. So we welcome the feedback and thank you for giving that to us. And the Phil, councillor here, is the chairman of the Representation Review Committee that we will be presenting a report back to council in the next month around the preferences of the community in that respect. But so just to let you know that that item won't be specifically considered through this process today, but we will make sure that's accounted for in the parallel process that's going on. So thank you for that feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel very strongly on that item, and so do most of the residents in Melbourne. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, was there any other, sorry, Fred, just there might have been another question that councillors had. Any other things that would like to seek around clarification of what Fred's presented? No? Thank you for, Elizabeth, you do?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just missed a bit what you were saying about Darfield's not a concern for the flooding. Is that what you were saying? Could you just elaborate a bit on that flooding, the flooding
it
issue?
intrigues me that you would go to the trouble of planning for a 1 in 200 year flood, the effect on Darfield. We all know that the Canterbury Plains fall at 32 feet a mile to the coast. Darfield, I cannot see it ever being flooded from the Selwyn, or if it is, God help the rest of Canterbury. I think the council should be looking at the present flood problems. There's an ongoing one in Springfield, been there for years. And also the current one at the moment that the Horata residents are worried about. I think those should come before wasting time on a 200-year flood effect in Darfield.
Okay, thank you for that. Fred will be concluding our decision making in the early parts of July. So thank you for coming in today. The next presenter is Brian Tuab. Brian, welcome along. It's submission number 966. Brian, your submission has been shared with councillors and the things that you've written previously, and so today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything within that submission or bring any new information to our attention. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation, and the microphone in front of you is currently on.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Hello. My name is Brian Tubb. I'm the president of the Rolleston Small Bore Rifle Club Incorporated. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about our submission to the long-term plan. I'm here representing the 16 full-time members and many social members of the Rolleston Club and the 2 other clubs that make up the Ellesmere Association. Rolleston is a licensed club with the Firearms Safety Authority in New Zealand, and we have collaborated with this authority to obtain certification to make the Rolleston Park Pavilion an authorised shooting range. The Rolleston Small Bore Rifle Club has a membership made up of residents from the wider Selwyn area, and we cater for rifle shooting needs of 5 volunteer fire brigades, 2 scout troops and students from Lincoln University who have moved from their home districts to study but can continue their sport of choice thanks to the Rolleston Rifle Club and range. We have a good mix of male and female members ranging in ages from 12 through to 80. Even at 80, he still is a highly active member. Someone once said, "Find me a sport I can do lying down and I'll be able to compete until I'm 80. As the president of the Rolleston Club for the past 24 years and scorer and publications officer of the Ellesmere Association for the better part of 30, this club and sport has been a massive part of my life, as it is to all other club members. Our submission is also in honour of the past members who have helped to nurture the sport of indoor target shooting in Rolleston for 99 years and counting, with every year spent somewhere on the Rolleston Park, the past 70 in the Rolleston Park Pavilion. Now, rifle shooting makes use of the Rolleston Park Pavilion around 50 nights and the odd day throughout the year. This is our home pitch or home ground, just like any other sport that uses the Rolleston Park or any other park in Selwyn. Incidentally, there's also a group of craft ladies who call the Rolleston Park Pavilion home. They do an amazing job of keeping the place clean, well used and enjoyed on most Monday mornings of the year. We do not have all the bells and whistles, no running hot water, no inside toilet, no council paid form of heating, no cleaning crew. We supply our own firewood and that is fine. These things would be nice to have, but a building to use is more important to our groups. The Rolleston Cricket Club also currently call the Rolleston Park Pavilion home during the summer months. So why did we make a submission to the long-term plan under decision 2B, Leaston Park redevelopment? Well, we recognise that the Leaston Park Pavilion is earthquake prone and has a finite lifespan as it sits. However, I also have a fair idea how much the building will cost to remove, upwards of $100,000 I've heard, due to the solid concrete construction. We want the chance to have a portion of that budget put towards strengthening and modernising and retaining the building so that it can remain the home of the Leaston Small Bore Rifle Club for the next 50 years plus. I'm not a structural engineer, but I am a builder with 30 years experience, and I've seen the work done in the larger Christchurch indoor target shooting range in Bangor Street to earthquake strengthen that building. Built the same year as the Leaston Park Pavilion and of the same kind of construction. Now that building actually suffered damage during the 2010-2011 earthquakes, but is back to full health and providing a place for indoor target shooting to continue and to prosper. The main problem with the Leaston Park Pavilion is the 30-metre long range part of the building. This is deemed to be structurally weak. Sounds serious, and it is. However, 8 steel posts, 8 concrete pads, 4 steel cross members tying 2 sides together, 2 sets of diagonal braces in the ceiling to give bracing strength, and 10 steel whalers connecting the 8 posts together and bolted to the concrete poured beams along the length of the structure, and that's about it. The range is now a safe structure. There would need to be further strengthening of the meeting room part of the building as well. Alternatively, simply build new timber walls length of the range down each side, tying them together with new tie beams, say at 1200 centres, fixed to the side walls, attached to the blocks at acceptable centres, and the block walls then become a veneer, much like a brick house. Blocks can't fall in, blocks can't fall out, roof can't fall down. Then option 3 is to remove the range part of the building and rebuild a simple steel wide span type shed. This could raise the roof height. We could add more mounds or shooting spots. The archery club could then use the facility as well, spend a little bit of money strengthening the meeting room, and then we have the ability to add a couple of toilets to the new building as well. Another option I've mentioned in the submission is recreating a building that's situated in Nelson Saxton Park. It's a cricket practice facility and rifle range combined. They share the same kitchen, toilets, changing rooms, social lounge area, all in a relatively economical wide span steel building. Be a wonderful venue and facility for Selwyn, catering for multiple sports codes, indoor training, indoor weather training for rugby, cricket, netball, other activities like indoor soccer, indoor cricket, indoor netball, archery, inflatable type playground for holiday programs for local school children during and after school. It's a venue that even larger associations, Christchurch, Ashburton, Melbourne and Ashley, could use or hire to run one of the 2 biggest annual shooting weekends in the country, with well over 220 competitors at each event, an event which is easily catered for in the Saxton Park building. All these suggestions are of course being made independently of the possible new community centre that is being proposed under option 2A of the long-term plan. Whether shooting sports could be included in a new future community building, that is also an option. So in conclusion, we want the chance to sit down with the right people at the council, discuss the Leaston Park Pavilion in depth, with an opportunity to save the pavilion, modernise and upgrade the facility, or the opportunity to be included in discussions around the new community centre building so Leaston Park can continue to provide an indoor shooting range for the next 50 years or longer. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Right, thank you for that, Brian. Malcolm's got the first question.
Yeah, thanks for coming along, Brian. I love the idea of sport you can do lying down. I think I might have to enrol in that one.
Yeah.
Have you, being a builder, have you given an estimate of costs for the whalings and the earthquake sort of improvements you were thinking? Have you?
No, I haven't, because I haven't wanted to waste anyone's time.
Right.
But we want really to have some sort of opportunity to have a conversation before we go. But I estimate it would be 50% at least, less than 50% or around 50% of the budget to demolish the building at a rough guess.
Okay. I'm very interested in dual usage of any facility we've got, and I'm very interested to see how this conversation goes on. Thanks for coming in.
That's right.
Thanks, Malcolm. Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for your submission. No doubt the contribution that the club and yourself and the volunteers from the Ellesmere Target Shooting Club have provided our community for a long time has served the community well. Are you noticing an increase in numbers?
We are currently increasing numbers, yes.
And I'm
getting more interest, yeah.
Thinking in terms of your submission around a multiple sports facility, are you currently having conversations with council regarding development so far? Included in it?
Not really, not.
Okay.
not as such. We've had some discussion with Caroline, the asset manager, on site. We had some discussions with her, but nothing very formal at this stage.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian, for taking the time to present today. Council will make decisions in early July about where we move forward, and thank you for the work you do in the community around the club and at the moment.
Thank you.
Ta. The next presenter is Anne Finch. Anne, thank you for coming in today. Councillors, this is submission number 880. And councillors already have your written submission, and today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything that's in there or bring any new information to our attention. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation, and the microphone that's in front of you is currently on, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity. It was actually just drawn to my attention not long before the submissions closed, actually, that there was mainly about the Planter Park and the opportunity that the council could have to purchase Broadfield Garden, and it's grown hugely. There's a big following out there of people who are very interested in this possibility. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity because the property is up for sale currently, and we just feel it's such an internationally known garden. It's more than a garden, and you know, why start from scratch when you've got something at your back door that would take 20 years to replace? The Planter Park, regarding that, there was a sign, there still is, a sign on Lowe's Road or Levi Road, parallel to the road, and frankly, it's not going to catch people's eyes if they're watching the road. Needs to be more transparency. Even if it was turned around the other way, it would have been much more sensible. But I strongly, regarding Broadfield, I know a lot may not be aware of it. It's much more, it's not just a garden, it's a national treasure. And I strongly suggest perhaps the councillors have a meeting there and talk to David about the possibility, because realistically, it's time short. It is for sale, and it would be a crying shame to see it bought by an outsider and closed to the public when you've got people coming from overseas to have a look at it. It'd be a great venue for many functions, private and public. And I'd have to say that anyone I've spoken to about this, without exception, has been strongly in favour of the council considering this while they can. I think there'd be a lot of community support as well from people if it was purchased, in maintaining or advising or whatever. Re the Levi Whedon's Road property, yes, great idea, go ahead with sports fields or whatever, but I think there's lots of other opportunities to create other things of interest for the community. If you put your feelers out, I think you'd be very surprised at what would come out of it. Things like maybe mini golf or just golf course or camping grounds or all sorts of things. It's in a good location and certainly wouldn't be wasted, I'm sure. Regarding I had a few other items in my submission, but I haven't got a copy with me, unfortunately. But I do implore the council to stop spending unnecessarily on projects. There's absolutely no need to have all the bells and whistles included in every project. I mean, it pushes our rates up, and really people just want functional, easy care and safe facilities. And that would enable the council to do a lot more for a lot more areas of the council, of the district. And also, I mean, when jobs are done, do them well and do them once. You know, simple. But regarding getting back to Broadfield, I think would be really remiss of the council if they don't take the opportunity to at least consider it. So that's basically my submission.
Great, thank you very much. And we certainly will be considering it because it's been one of the matters that's been brought to our attention over the last few months, and submitters like yourself raising it will mean that it will be considered by council. Questions from councillors? Elizabeth.
Thank you for raising this point. Just out of interest, I haven't visited Broadfields for quite a number of years, but do you have an indication of how many hours of gardening, and if this was to be able to be acquired by the council, do you see it as being purely facilitated in terms of the management by council, or potentially volunteer or community-based run and upkept facility?
Well, I'm sure it could be both, because I look at Trot's Garden in Ashburton, which was originally set up as a trust with voluntary labour. I'm not sure what labour that is required at Broadfield at the moment. I know David has got one permanent person, but they're not full-time. And so I really can't tell you how many hours, but it's up and ready to go. It's going now. That's the big thing. I mean, sure, there would perhaps have to be toilets built on the property, but really, this is where I think the council needs to go, perhaps as a group, and talk to David about what its value is in terms of national assets, and also what is required in the future. But I'm sure it would be, it just, as I say, it doesn't make sense to start from scratch when you've got something too good to miss out on right at your back doorstep.
Right, thank you, Anne, for taking the time to present that to us. Councillors will be making final decisions early in July.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Don Babe, you're up next, Don. Councillors, this is submission 1360. Don, thank you for your written submission, which you've given to us and councillors have. And we appreciate you coming in this morning to be able to highlight anything within that submission or bring anything new to our attention. The microphone in front of you is on, and I'll hand the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you saw my submission. I'm fully supportive, obviously, of the park and ride facility that you're proposing in Rolleston. I just hope that you make sure that there's probably 2 cycle parks for every car park. They're a lot cheaper to build, and if people can bike 3 kilometres in about 10 minutes, it's not very long. So by the time you get into your car and back it out and do all that and park it and walk to the place, you're probably just as well to bike the 3 Ks, and it does keep people active. So I think just if you're doing it, make sure you put good cycle facilities in as well so that it can service that area. I think it's a really good idea. Your other local projects I've had a look at, I don't really think I can comment too much on them. I'm not really a local for the area, but good on you for putting them out there. Just on the transport thing, a couple of things that I wanted to raise with the council, and I put them in the submissions, was there seems to be cycleways being built without much discussion about people that are going to be using it. And it seems, I'm not too sure I'm getting the best bangs for my buck from them. Like Mannion Road, for example, which I've been on about for ages. It's a cycleway down a road that serves industrial thing, but it's got no feeders onto it. It's got no residents along it. You know, if you actually put the cycleway down Jones Road, there's probably, I don't know, 25 properties that could have fed onto that cycleway and used it. Plus there's the NZMCA camp, and that is one of the busiest ones in New Zealand. A lot of people my age are moving around the country now, and they've all got bikes on the back. They just want to get out and have a bit of a bike ride after they've got somewhere. If they see a cycleway, they'll do it. But if you pull in there now, and you don't know anything about Mannion Road, well, you don't do it. The other thing I mentioned is the appalling finish on the roads, on the new roads around Selwyn. The one I've highlighted in my submission, and it's very important, is the one at Northbelt and Lincoln. It goes in front of the primary school and the high school. And I think it's complete, but it is so rough. I don't like riding on it. And if you're trying to help your 10-year-old child get to school, the last thing you want them to do is fall off and hit that, because it's just rough. I'd encourage anyone of you that got a bike, just go down there and try and ride along it. It's not pleasant. You know, I don't know why you would put such a rough finish in a township. It just strikes me as strange. I sort of had all this prepared, and then the last 2 days of the paper. So I think, we had this one this morning, government redirecting some things, and, Lincoln town centre's there. And I think that's quite a good timely recall from the government, because, water needs to be got right. When you move into a house, water's one of the things you really need. Okay, you might want a heat pump in the 3rd bedroom, but you want water. So you've got to get it good. And this one here was yesterday, bowel cancer rates spiking. Now, they haven't worked out why, but I don't know. There's a lot of evidence overseas that nitrates are doing it. So, any money that you put towards getting a good nitrate-free water resource for Selwyn, I think would be money well spent. We just can't afford to have our population getting ill and dying from these diseases. So I think that that's really important. So, it may just mean that you have to revise some of your things in your long-term plan, but I think that those, you just need to have good water. I've spent $2,000 in the last 2 years getting rid of the nitrates in my water at home because I found they were too high. We've got to spend $500 a year to keep the filters up. So, it's just a cost of making sure we've got healthy people in our household. So I think that that's really important.
Don, thanks for highlighting that to us. Health is obviously number one concern for people, and thinking about how we serve that as a community through the council. Providing safe water is front of mind for us. So thank you for highlighting that and emphasising it today. Councillor, is there any questions you have of Don? Lydia.
Don, do you know what the nitrate level of your water is?
We had it done by Greenpeace. They came out and said they'd do it. They came in at 7 point something or other, or 9 point something. And I thought, oh, that's high. That's only a sort of a through the mail thing. So I said, okay, let's get it tested properly. So we did, and it came back at 11.2. And I think the standard's 11.3. So I said, that's way too close. Let's get onto it and stop it. So we put the filters in.
And where does your supply come from?
Out of the ground, it's a bore.
Yep.
So we checked with our neighbours. We're at about 26 metres. Our neighbours are at 48, and they reckon theirs is quite low. But we could have either drilled down and paid the extra money to drill down, but then you don't know, that might only last 2 years, and suddenly you've got the problem back again. So I thought, we'll put the filters in, and we know our drinking water is fine. So that's what we did. So we had to obviously do it.
Well done on identifying that, Don. I think too many people don't understand the water quality that's coming from their own bore, and so 11 is way, that's above the limits that we follow, set by New Zealand Health and the World Health Authority, and we monitor our council supplies to make sure that they don't reach those levels, and as they get above half of that number, there's extra steps that we have to take. So that long-term search for us around low nitrate water is very key. So
it's also, there's evidence from overseas anything above about 3 can start to lead to bowel cancer. So that's that's why I'm highlighting this headline yesterday.
Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming, Don. Always good to hear from you, and I love your T-shirt.
Oh, good.
I was wondering if you had any thoughts about one of the other things that was in our consultation document around rural walking and cycling.
Yeah, obviously, the more of it, the better. But once again, there seems to be all these cycleways going in, and I'm thinking, why are they putting it there? There's one up Trent's Road now. It's going to Templeton. I'm not too sure where it's going to end in Templeton, but most of the people in Templeton live on the sort of northwestern side of the state highway. This is going to the southern side. So have you got a pedestrian crossing planned for State Highway 1? Don't think so. How are you going to get the people in Templeton onto that cycleway safely? Because you've got to remember, cycleways are from 10 till 80 years old. So, would you trust your 10-year-old to go out and cross over State Highway 1 to get on the Trench Road cycleway? Don't think so. So, I don't know, you might have a good reason, but we need to have them explained. And, I've sort of worked with cyclists, so I can sort of tell others what's going on. So if there's a logic behind it, we'd like to know.
I was actually thinking more of the one that we were proposing, or that we've been doing a feasibility study into, from Arthur's Pass down towards connecting into the Rolleston and Lincoln sort of cycleways, and then potentially down on towards the lake.
Lovely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. It's good. Like I said in the submission, Selwyn is unique because it's got lots of small towns. It's almost like Europe. There's lots of small towns not far apart. So, it lends itself to cycling tourism and things like that. You can stop and do something in Kirwee and then bike a few k's up the road to Darfield and do something there. And, you can fill your day in quite nicely. So it is really quite nicely situated for those kind of resources.
Thank you very much, Don.
Thank you. Don, that comes to the end of the time for the submissions today. We appreciate you coming in, and we'll be making final decisions early in July.
Good on you.
Councillors, that brings us to the end of this morning's submissions. This afternoon, we have moved those that we're after 5 o'clock, and they will now be presenting before that time. They've each been contacted and are able to come in earlier during the day. So we can expect to finish at the moment at about 4:30 today, rather than that extra hour that had been included in the current agenda. We'll continue to update you through the day should that change. So we'll adjourn the meeting now and begin again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. hearings today. Draw your attention to submission number 513. Lindley Thomas. Lindley, thank you for coming in and presenting to us. Councillors have already received your written submission, and today's an opportunity for you to run through anything that's in there you'd like to highlight or any new information you'd like to bring to our attention. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a stopwatch on the wall that both of us can regulate how that goes, and there's a microphone in front of you, which is just press the right-hand button to turn it on, and the floor's yours.
First bit, if that's right. Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi hoki a hau. E te whare e tu nei, tēnā koe. E te whenua e tākoto nei, tēnā koe. I ngā rangatira, e te kahika, ngā kai konihira, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko waio, ko manaia te maunga, ko whangarei te ringa parawa te moana, ko Ngāti Wai te iwi, ko Patuhare Keke te hapu, Takahiwai te marae, ko Rangiora te whare tupuna. Ko Lindley Thomas tōku ingoa, he kaia ko ahau ki te ahi kai kōmako, Rolleston School. Ka nui te mihi, ko huhu mai koutou ki te tautoko i tēnei kaupapa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Lindley Thomas. I'm a teacher of 27 awesome kids at Te Ahi Kai Kōmaka Rolleston School. They desperately wanted to come today, but I told them they couldn't come.
You should have got them to submit one at a time. You could have had an hour with them in front of us. Yeah.
I've lived in Rolleston for 18 years. I'm currently one of 2 musical directors of the Selwyn Community Choir, whom you may have seen at the last 7 or so Anzac ceremonies in Rolleston. Prior to that, I worked with other choirs in Rolleston for the ceremony, including Rolleston School Performance Choir and the 100 Voices for 100 Years that sang in 2015. At the moment, I teach a Year 3 and 4 choir at Rolleston School, as well as our school choir, which attends the Christchurch Schools Music Festival. Is it better if I sit? Easy to hear. I used to run the Selwyn Youth Choir. I was part of the Selwyn District Youth Band some years ago, and various members of my family have been involved in different ways with Kiwi players and Centre Stage Rolleston. In previous lives, I've been a teacher of piano, singing and songwriting here in Rolleston. I'm also a consumer of the arts, taking lessons myself in singing, drumming, bagpipes and musical theatre here in Rolleston. Arts, performing arts, sound arts, music in particular, is and has been central to my existence for all of my life. I'm here today to bring to your attention the lack of focus and funding in the long-term plan for arts facilities in Selwyn. We all apparently know the benefits of being involved in sport, physical health, mental health, teamwork, social connection and belonging. My experience in the arts tells me that these benefits are all available through participation in the arts too. Arts participation is highly accessible for all ages, and how vital is maintaining physical health, mental health, social connection as we age. The Selwyn Community Choir holds a concert each year for our family and friends, mainly our chance to share our year's efforts and achievements with our nearest and dearest. Recently, I've been able to include my Year 3 and 4 choir and even my class in our concerts. So we have a wide range of ages of performers, 7 to 77, 87 maybe. It means that a local venue ticks a lot of boxes for us for convenience and accessibility. But our options in Selwyn are pretty much limited to school halls. Rolleston School Hall, Lincoln High School Hall, Rolleston College Auditorium. Now, school halls can be great for some events, like school assemblies, but they're not ideal for a concert, not even a community choir. The lack of purpose-built facilities, specialist equipment, and dedicated staff mean that these facilities, as earnest as they are, simply don't compare with the facilities in town. They're limited by the school's own use. They tend to have issues with malfunctioning or missing equipment, stuff that goes along with being part of a school. And I can honestly say I've never attended an event at the piano and seen people lining up with cushions. Not the case at Rolleston College. I need to add the facility staff at the college are genuine. They're warm, they're accommodating to the extent that they can be, but it's a school It's not a dedicated arts facility. Let me give you a sports equivalent. Hockey is the game of my family, and I've played and watched my fair share of hockey. In Christchurch City, there are a number of full-size turfs, Nunwick Park, and more recently Ngāpunawai. Here in Selwyn, we don't make our local and visiting teams play on the field at Rolleston School, or in the grounds of Rolleston College, or even on the half turf at Lincoln High School. No, we provide a facility which is comparable to those ones in town. Looking at the time. Oh, I'm there. In Selwyn, there are hundreds of people following their heart's work, developing the performing arts through dance, drama studios, music lessons, choirs, theatre groups, bands, orchestras. Many of these people give up an immense amount of their time and personal effort, often in their own time. It's tough to make a living in the arts. So for many, it's an unpaid, or certainly lowly paid, passion. Imagine then living in a district that provides facilities which cater to these groups, that celebrate these groups, that recognise the physical, mental, and emotional health benefits for all ages that these groups bestow. Imagine wanting to put on a show and knowing that we have the perfect place nearby to do it. Imagine wanting to have a choir concert at a really cool venue featuring 100 singers aged from 7 to 87 and being able to do it locally without needing to provide our own gear and without needing our audience to bring cushions. Imagine Centre Stage Rolleston being able to put on their amazing show on a stage which is large enough, with wings and backstage areas that are large enough, with an orchestra pit which is large enough to accommodate the entirety of their vision without restriction. Imagine choirs from Christchurch choosing to hold a concert in Selwyn because we have a great venue. Imagine visiting performance groups, dance troupes, opera singers, theatre performers coming here to Selwyn because we have a venue that works for them. It is my request that you consider adding significantly more emphasis to the arts and the requirements of arts groups in our district who are working hard to establish opportunities for our residents, but who consistently come up against the limitations of facilities in our area. Nō reira. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
A very well-timed submission. Thanks, Lindley. Well presented to us, and thank you for doing that today. And yes, 7 minutes. You must have been practicing that overnight. Just keep that tight. Councillors will be considering your submission along with all the others that have been given to us, and we're making final decisions in early July. But we really appreciate your time today. Our next presenter is Murray Healy. Murray.
How's it going?
Welcome.
I'm here to lighten up your day, basically. And I even brought this along about 20 years ago. The Mayor tried to shorten my time down. Oh, yeah. So I bought a timer, but I noticed you've got a timer, so I can put it away. But anyway, we've lived down the old Tie Tap Road, we did, for 30 plus years.
Murray, you're welcome to sit down. You can stand if you want, but you're welcome to sit down.
Thanks.
Okay.
We fought a few battles, cowship wars, and a few other bits and pieces. Anyway, the earthquake got us, and now we live down Barnes's Road. So yeah, and I also helped a lot of people get their road sealed, and the record was 27K. But what really happened was the Rolleston started growing after the earthquakes. But in that time, basically, if you wanted something done, you did it yourself. And like the rugby fields, they ploughed them up, mowed them, and did all that. Now the council's taken everything over. And in some ways, that's bad, but I can see why, because Selwyn, the Rolleston is nearly a city. And that is one of the problems. And of course, I'm here about rates. I wrote to the papers, the Silly Ideas Club, about sealing Perryman's Road. And you've just got to rein in your costs. Cut projects, whatever you have to do. So, yeah, so that's it. Now I've got the first little bedtime story. And Bill Woods was here years ago and he fell asleep at the council meeting. So I had to go, Bill, wake up, please. So I hope none of you guys are falling asleep. And anyway, they wanted an extension to the Ladbrokes Hall. And I went down to the electoral work and helped build the hall. And that's how it used to work in Paparoa Council days. And then I realised, because this come along, the huge growth, it's completely been overtaken. Now I'm on about cycleways. Now, if you get a road sealed, you have to have a cost to benefit ratio. And that's what they go on to. Cycleways, they seem to put them in willy-nilly. And they've just done one down Perryman's Road. And this is the bit they're blocking off. And frankly, well, it's going to be a road and a cycleway, but frankly, that's a disgrace. All that money down the tube, where there's a whole lot of people who've got shingle roads right outside their places. And if they did 50 metres of those shingle roads, people would be happy. I just do not like councils wasting money. It really upsets me. So real savings, I believe, have to be from the top. The mayor, the councillors, the chief executive, and it's called leadership, real leadership. And frankly, the focus has not been on that at all. It's been spending lots of money, and it really upsets the older ratepayers like me. Lady next door, husband died, 73. She can barely afford to pay her rates. And that is just terrible, just terrible. She's thinking of shifting because she's got 3 acres of beautiful gardens, and it just about make you cry. So anyway, so the cycleways, like in Wellington, I went to Wellington, all the shops are closing because they put cycleways in front of the shops. Now, please don't put cycleways in front of shops. Running a small business is super hard, really hard. And I just can't believe what goes on in this country. No wonder why that Julian Genter, the florist shop lady, got right into it, and so would I. Anyway, as I said, real savings have got to come from the top. But I've got another little story. I think this council needs some surgical. When I go out on the farm, I wear these gloves. And anyway, the other day, the chooks are not laying. And I said, look, if you don't lay, I'll get me surgical gloves out and I'll wring your necks. Because I'm not politically correct. So I hope this doesn't offend. So anyway, it's very cold and of course they're not laying eggs. I didn't have a heater to put in there because it's miles away from anything. But next morning, there was 4 eggs there. And I said, you little beauties, stroke them and, you know. But that's what you need. You need some surgical stuff on all your projects. Is it necessary? Is it not? And frankly, that hasn't been going on. Now, the last little bedtime story is about Don Brash. Now, Don Brash wanted to be Prime Minister once, but before that, he was the head of the Reserve Bank. Anyway, he was on an overseas trip, and someone, being a sneaky journalist, asked him, how do you save money? And anyway, someone found out that he had a Chinese laundry. So he used to wash his underpants, his shirts, in a hand basin in the hotel to save money. That's how tight he was. And this council needs some tightness, I can tell you that. And then they asked him about his office furniture, and he had old office furniture, and he says, it doesn't make any difference. We're there to get the job done. So honestly, you need to really tighten up your methods. How's the time? A minute to go. Another thing is, everything's about perception. Just the other day, the Prime Minister, he wouldn't move into Premier House, and they found out he spent 65k on his office furniture. Very important. Your perception's terrible of saving money, and that's what you need to focus on. Lastly, well, second to last, the Selwyn huts. I'm absolutely appalled what's going on there. These are the poorest people around. You can buy a place for, say, 75k, and You're virtually going to force them out of business. Yes, there's a lot of problems down there, but honestly, your draconian things that you want to do, have house inspections and all that, that is just way out. Just unbelievable. But finally, in the earthquakes, I had a little piggy bank. There's the time, 9 seconds. And anyway, it fell off the shelf and broke during the earthquakes. But you guys are going to see some ratepayers broke because you're not reining in the costs. So that's my action. So that's it.
Murray, thank you very much for presenting that. I was waiting for the surgical gloves to come off and wondering if you had something else even smaller underneath.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
good,
Well, no,
good use
these
of
are the
props.
surgical gloves. This is about, so you guys hear me and you remember, so guys, the surgical gloves. We need to save some money. So when you have the deliberations, that which.
Well done. Good use of those props. And thank you for bringing in the timer. Hopefully your timer and our timer are matched.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll see some action on it.
Appreciate you coming in, and we'll be making final decisions in early July. The next presenter today is Barry Hance, Leaston Rugby Football Club Incorporated. It's submission number 1081. Welcome along.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Right. Please take a seat. You're welcome to sit in the chairs. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation, and there may be some questions that councillors have afterwards. Your written submission has been received by council, and so today you don't have to read through that. So just highlight things that are in there, and any new information that you'd like to bring to our attention. And the floor's yours.
Yeah, all good. Thanks for the time today. As part of the Leaston Rugby Football Club, we put it in a submission to sort of endorse the Leaston Community Committee submission that was being proposed. So we think benefits of building a multi-purpose event centre in the Leaston Park would be really ideal for the Leaston Rugby Club. If all the functions and functionality were there in the building for us to use, we would certainly be a part of using the facilities. I think there's a lot of other sports clubs that would be of benefit of it as well, like the netball side of things, and they've got tennis courts there that could be potentially used for tennis. There's the running club that don't have any facilities at the moment that could potentially use it. The Leaston Cycling Club that's been around for a very long time, they don't have any facilities. So that's on the sports side of things, and there's a lot of other purpose sides of things on the other side of it. I mean, the rugby club has, as you're all probably well aware, it has its own building at the moment, which is a fairly massive building and a massive exercise to run. So if there was something that was potentially put on the table that the rugby club facilities could use, then we would certainly be a party to some negotiations about what potentially could happen to that building in the future. Personally, I think it's got a lot of potential for other sports and even other community-based facilities. Like after a community meeting I went to, I thought there's probably no reason why we couldn't even turn it into a medical centre, or something like that. So that's just my thoughts on that. And I know the club we have over sort of up to 150 players and supporters and coaches and stuff. So we speak, for a fairly wide range of people and our sponsors that are behind us and keep the club running. If it wasn't for them, then it'd be pretty tough to keep on top of it. I guess the ideal building, that is thought of out there from the rugby club point of view is what was built at Tuab. Those facilities seem to be really, really good and user friendly and for good for all parties, not just sports. So I'll hand over to John to give you a bit more of a background.
Yeah, I think like I did a verbal submission. I think it was in the last long-term plan, and since then we've been quite proactive and around the building and its uses. Since then, we've managed to revive the Leaston Squash Club, thanks to Greg Allen, the work that he's been doing. We've got active members now that are playing in a sort of a ladder type tournament. The netball's had some great growth. I think they're up to like 8 teams that are using it. So this is all in the existing building that is the rugby, known as the rugby club. I think I like just to highlight the fact that, yes, it's called the rugby club, but it is a multi-sport facility. It's obviously got the squash, it's got the netball. We've had inquiries around volleyball using it too. So if we put our rugby hat on and we say, yep, we only really need a rugby club and a bar maybe and some changing rooms, but part of our constitution is to advocate for all sports. And when we had that meeting in February, the Leaston community meeting, Grant Miller used the term hub and spoke concept. If we're looking at Leaston as the hub of the wider Ellesmere area, if Leaston Rugby Club wasn't providing those facilities as they are now, we just wouldn't have anything for indoor complex, basketball, netball, volleyball, squash. There'll be nothing there. So, and that comes off the back of, like Barry said, it's fundraising, sponsors, members, all of our community. We're paying rates on this district-wide rating to help grow and develop other areas in Selwyn. Yet then, as Leaston members, we're still providing our own facility for ourselves too. That's it, really.
Great. Barry and John, thank you for that submission. Councillors, is there any questions you've got? Elizabeth?
Thanks, guys. You gave us a, what do they call it in the movies when you've told us what's happening before we hear it from the horse's mouth? So, yeah, we've yet to see what the community deliver. But I just wanted to quickly ask, are you up to date with what's happening with the high school, and are they getting funds to deliver a basketball court in their centre, or has that been pulled and their sports facilities remaining as it is?
As far as I'm aware, I think the last community meeting I went to, that there was talk that was going ahead. But I'm not 100% sure on that. That they've got some renovations that they were doing to the gym at the Ellesmere College.
Thank you. Really good to have your submission, and part of this process is about being clear from the community what the desire is to have, and it's felt like every time we've tried to have this conversation there's 5 or 6 different answers that keep coming back to us. So it's great that you're supportive of someone else's submission, because then it'll help us think about what the final answer needs to be. Really appreciate what you guys do in the community as far as attracting people to play sport and keep active in the Leaston and wider Ellesmere area. So thank you for what you do and for coming in today to present that to us. Ta. The next submitter is Ray Goldring over the back. Marie, if you're going to join. Okay. This is submission number 432. The Castle Hill Community Association. Ray, thanks for coming down. Normally we give you 10 minutes in previous years, and we're down to 7 this year, just trying to fit in the number of submitters that we have to hear this time. There's a clock on the wall over to your right, which will count down.
I'm here to do 2 because I was asked if I wanted another one. So obviously I've put down 2. So one will be for the Community Association, the other one will be for Wellra.
Right, we've actually got time for that after this, so I'll let you present both of those. Which one are you going to present first?
We'll do the Castle Hill Village first.
Okay.
Thank you. Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge that the council have been doing quite a bit within the village recently. We've got extension of the hall going. We've got new tennis court laid out. The memorial garden has now been established and protocols are underway. And some of the wilding seed source trees have been removed from Selwyn District Council reserves. And recently, within the last 3 or 4 weeks, against a property whereby there was a fire risk. So, but what I want to look at today are the first three parts of my submission, which is, first of all, the dark sky. And as you have all heard, probably on the news, either yesterday or today, about Central Otago, somewhere where they've now been designated as a dark sky area. I see no reason, and many of my resident colleagues see no reason why Castle Hill can't be that same. The area is very iconic. We're surrounded by mountains. We have a beautiful night sky, and we think that with a bit of judicious lighting planning, we can in fact achieve what's been achieved at Tekapo. So we'd like to see some work to be done to look at the feasibility, and then to put it to the community to see if they agree with it, and if so, to implement it. Is there any questions on that from the councillors?
Is that the end of that submission from Castle Hill Association?
No, the other two are there too.
You finished the whole submission from the association, and then we'll come back.
The other one is the green waste. I understand the government is looking at working with councils to have a green waste system throughout the country. Is that correct? Yeah. So we'd like to see something up there. Yesterday we pruned some of our berry trees, and what do we do with it now? I don't have a trailer to bring it into town, so the only thing I can do is to put it into the skips, which means it's now going to go to the general waste system, where it shouldn't be going. So we'd like for the council to give some way in which we can work with a green waste system. As you know, we get quite a bit of snow up there. Every time a tree branch breaks off, we've got to get rid of it. Where do we put it? And in most cases, it just lies there, and it just fouls the ground. Whereas if we had a system whereby we could remove them from reserves and private property to some sort of green waste system, that would be great. And the last piece of that, there's the village entrance. Now, I understand that there was something to do with one of the developers who was going to do something about that. It would be worthwhile for the council to follow that up so that the entranceway could be improved. It's been there for over 40 years now, and all the railings and what have you have all rotted off, and it's looking a bit very, very tired. So that's those are the three main areas of the Castle Hill submission.
Great, thank you. Councillors, any questions that you've got of Ray of the Castle Hill submission? I've got one, Ray, and it's around the dark sky piece. Do you think that council, and we've talked about this as a council before, but do you think that council should be responsible for the gaining of that dark sky reserve status, or do you think it's better done by an independent, an incorporated society or someone else partnering in a not-for-profit sense around that reserve status being attained?
If there was a protocol or a system whereby we could accelerate that, by all means. What we would like, originally they had the standard lamps, which they took out and then put LEDs in. And we thought at the time when the LEDs went in, because they're based underneath the top covering, that the light would shine down. Unfortunately, the glass around it is picking up the light and throwing it out. And already there are a number of the lights up there that are a bit blacked out because they're intruding into the properties nearby. There may be some way in which even the council may be able to look at ways in which that can be mitigated, or then to look at it from the whole point of view of being a dark sky area. I'm sure our committee would be very interested in sort of following that through and being at the forefront of that process with your assistance.
Great, thank you. And
We won't be able to provide answers for lots of your questions today. We'll be doing that over the next couple of months. But I just wondered about the green waste piece. The green waste we're proposing is only for our larger towns, or the legislation says that we only have to provide that for our larger towns. I'm wondering for Castle Hill, given its location and remoteness to other centres, whether like a green waste day where people could bring, where people could bring their green waste in within the village, and it could be chipped on site and used around the area. Is something like that? Do you think that would work within the village rather than having lots of green waste bins up there?
I agree entirely. And in the past, we used to take it over to John Reed's place, put it in a big heap and then burn it. But of course, that can't happen any longer. We thought that maybe we could put a pile near the existing waste system, and then at some point a chipper would come up and then take that out. All we'd have to do is to make sure that the local building contractors don't put any of their rubbish in there, which destroys the blades of the chippers. If we could keep it clean, and I'm sure we could if it was reasonably fenced off and properly notified, I think we could do that, which means that people could put it there, and then a chipper would come up and then it could be chipped later on. That's probably one of the cheapest ways of doing it and achieving the same thing, which is being able to have it removed from both the reserves and the private properties to a location which can be then dealt with.
We've got two more questions that people would like to ask, but I just wonder if you move on to your next submission, and then we'll come back to any questions if there's time at the end of the submission.
Thank you. Right. The last one is based on the wilding seed source trees, and I noticed that when you produced your submission, this long-term plan, there was a beautiful photograph here that shows a woman climbing up into the tallest range. 16 years ago, we started removing the wilding pines from the Upper Waimakariri area. Had we not done that, this woman would now be walking through wilding pines. So what the council needs to determine is, what does it want up there? Does it want a forest of wilding pines, as do ECAN and MPI and all the other government issues? Or do they want it looking like this as part of the iconic landscape? We prefer that iconic landscape. And as part of that, we would like to have the elephant in the room is the seed source trees within Castle Hill Village and the adjacent properties, both of larch and Douglas fir. And we would like, as soon as, I mean, this is a long-term plan, we would like a short-term solution to find the funds to remove these wilding pines from within that area. So far in the past, there have been a number of projects to remove these from other areas. All the Pinus contort has been removed from the village, and all that remains now are the larch and the Douglas fir. SDC, through the SNEF fund, gave us $5,000, and that was topped up by ECAN with another $5,000 to remove these wilding seed source agents from private property. We have a contractor coming up on Sunday to give us a price, and so we're currently working to remove as many as we can from private property, from those that we've been able to contact. So really what it comes down to in the end is for the council then to start looking at removing them from the council reserves based on the regional pest management plan, which suggests that these wilding seed source trees really need to go. And the longer they stay there, the longer the seed source spreads, and the more money we have to spend. Currently, MPI, ECAN, and WELRA has spent close on $10 million in that Upper Waimakariri Basin in the Castle Hill, Craigieburn area to get rid of the wilding seed source trees. And once we've got rid of them, there's an end point. We can't have that end point while the seed source trees are still remaining. And currently they're within the Castle Hill location and the adjacent properties. it's my understanding that some of the adjacent properties are being looked at for logging, and so ECAN are working towards removing those. So it really just remains those that are in the village.
Great. Thank you for those two submissions. A question from Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora Ray. And I just want to highlight that Marie and Ray have spoken yesterday at the Castle Hill Reserve Management Plan hearings, and then also a few weeks ago at the biodiversity hearings. So we've heard this message from many residents. Yep, making the point very well in many different locations. But I did have a question, and it was around the dark sky. So going back to the previous question, the previous submission, around long term, what do you see that enabling for the village, in the sense that, do you want the village to grow and become something like Takapo? Or is it just that you want to see more? So I can see Marie going, no. It's more, so my question is more like, what is the purpose of it for you? Like, what do you think is the, because it costs money, and yeah, we have to think about money. This is a rates discussion. Why is the accreditation necessary is the main question, and what do you see it doing in future for the village?
Well, you're right. I mean, it's not going to grow any more than the current layout is. I mean, there's only X number of sections there. It's never going to get any bigger than that. So it's not as though it's going to attract a whole lot of people. I'm a photographer, and one of the things I like to be able to do is to take, you know, night sky type photographs and other photographs within the village and the surrounding area. And currently, the light pollution into our property, of which there are three village lights that intrude on our property, I can't do that because there's just too much pollution, light pollution there. So somehow we need to sort the light pollution out. And if that means having some sort of dark sky submission or some sort of dark sky component to the village, then that would sort that out, because it would have to be sorted to achieve that. If the light pollution can be sorted in another way, I'm happy to do that. For instance, just turn all the lights off at night, so we don't need street lights. So, I mean, that could be a simple enough solution. Plus the fact it's going to save you money. So that means we don't need lights in the village. So you've achieved exactly the same thing without having to do anything, and yet saving money.
Thank you. And final question from Elizabeth.
Hi, just quickly about the Wilding pines, the Douglas fir and the larch. So talking about on council reserves, just wanted to know what's the best way, like what the sort of size area you're looking at, the best way it is for you to get rid of the weeds. And in terms of the seeds, how long do they lie dormant in the ground before they germinate? Because obviously
3 to 5 years.
Okay.
We found, Marie and I are constantly looking for wilding pines as we travel along the road, and we headed up past the Porter River towards Christchurch. About 500 metres up the road, there was a larch growing on the side of the road. The only place it could come from is the Castle Hill area. So it travels that far. The original seed sources from the Pinus contorta can travel up to 10 kilometres. They started in the Craigieburn range. They've ended up in the Tall S range. So that gives you some idea as to the spread potential of these trees. The council have just planted some new trees, some new plants over the weekend around the area. And one of the areas that they planted on, the Douglas fir were removed there 1 or 2 years ago. And already there's seedlings coming up there from those, the seed that was in the ground from the seed rains from those trees which have now gone. So that gives you some indicator as to what the viability is.
So great, Ray. Thank you for your time today and presenting those two submissions. We appreciate you're doing that in both written and verbally. Council will be considering all submissions and making our final decisions early in July, and we'll be communicating with you after that. Thank you. Councillors, the next submitter is Basil Meyer. Basil, welcome along. It's submission number 675. Basil, thank you for taking the time to write your submission to us in the first instance and coming in today particularly and being able to highlight any matters that you want to highlight and anything new that you want to bring into the submission as well. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation and the microphone is in front of you is on. There's a couple of, as councillor online at the moment who needs to be able to hear you, so that's why the microphone's here in front. I'll hand the floor over to you and present your submission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time. I have outlined my view on your plan, and I haven't got much to add to it. We're primary producers. The rural sector is doing it really tough. To be more precise, we got an organic walnut orchard. The projected payout was $5.50. It is $4.27. The beef prices are below last year. Lamb below last year. I think that's pretty well known. So we had to make some drastic cuts to our operation. So fertiliser's gone. Equipment upgrade is on hold. How do we get by? We don't go and dine out. We haven't been to the movies. We would have liked to go and see Swan Lake. That didn't happen. So if we can do it, I'm asking council to tighten up and cut spending. I do question why some council staff drive top of the range Ford Ranger double cab utes. There's usually one person in a vehicle, and I'm sure you councillors here drive around in the two-wheel drive family car around the district. So I don't see the need for that vehicle to be used. I know it's fleet lease, but I'm sure there's much cheaper option than that. And that's really all I want to add to it.
Good, Basil. Thank you for that. Councillors, do you have any questions today?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming in and giving us your submission. I really appreciate it. And look, I know times can be hard, and certainly with that close to 25% decrease in the cost of your year, you'll be feeling that. So I appreciate you coming in to spend your valuable time with us. Saving money in SDC, that has been heard, and I just want to let you know that we're hearing what you're saying. So thank you.
So I couldn't hear the last part, sorry.
That we're hearing what you're saying about saving the money.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth.
Thank you, Basil. And yes, I agree with Phil. So in terms of question number 3, you've talked about low nitrates. I'm just trying to understand that. I was wondering if you can elaborate on those comments, please.
We got ourselves, our nitrate levels are still within the guidelines, but we're grandparents. We got 3 little kids, 3 years and younger. We invested in a nitrate cleaning system, which we paid for ourselves. So it is important to us. And I do realise that nitrate has not just happened yesterday. So that's an accumulation of years. But unfortunately, we are on the receiving end as user of the water. So I do think it's an important part. Some of you probably got little kids or grandkids, and high nitrate is an issue.
Thank you for that. Elizabeth, do you have something else?
Yeah, no, I was just wanting to understand, you talk about the 5.3 million over 10 years investigating the feasibility of only one source. Why the need for a 10-year study? That's a bit, just around the study. I just wanted to clarify.
I guess it comes back to me being self-employed. We look at options, and I just couldn't work out why you need 10 years to find a single source of low nitrate water. So why 10 years? You know, that's my question really to you people. Why do you need 10 years? You know, you got people working within council council staff. You can access experts if you need to. So it shouldn't be a 10-year period. You know, I'm sure you should be able to come up with an answer within, say, 12 months.
Thank you for presenting that to us and bringing your point of view into the conversation. We really appreciate it. Council will be making decisions in early July, and then we'll be communicating back with the community after that. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Stewart. Chris, we're ahead of time. Caught you as you're leaning back there on your chair. Councillors, this is submission 1245. It's an Arthur's Pass Association. Chris, thank you for coming in today and presenting, but also for the written submission that has been given to us, and councillors have that. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation today. There's a stopwatch over your right-hand shoulder on the side of the wall, which you and I can both monitor. And we'd love for there to be a chance for there to be any questions at the end of this as well. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sam. Tēnā koutou, katoa. Good to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm presenting today for the Arthur's Pass Association, which, as you see on my submission, represents both the village and Beeley Spur. We're a pretty self-contained mob up there, but we really appreciate the chance to talk to council and be part more and more of the council's life. I'm going to be presenting a few things. We've got Barry after me, who's going to be particularly talking about our water issues. And then later on, we've got in the submission process, we've got Pete Neal, who's coming in to talk more about the community centre up there, and Renee Hablitzel, who's going to be talking more about our iconic Kia and the protection of that. So what I really wanted to touch on was a couple of things, and I've outlined those in the submission, but the main ones are the emergency management team. We really appreciate the support we're getting from emergency management team from Selwyn, and we're really keen to see that funding continue and that support from council. That really is a big thing for us up there in the middle of the Alpine Fault, and we really appreciate the support we're getting from the council on that regard, but really keen to see that funding continue. The other level of support we're really getting well now from council is in the heritage funding, and we really appreciate that. We had a meeting yesterday with some staff from the council. We are working with DOC to try and protect the big building up there, the big park headquarters visitor information centre that's been closed now for 5 years, and we're really hoping that the council will come on board more and more with that. It's you know, the council is really our main helper now after DOC's moved out and the railways have moved out, so we're really keen to get council support. In particular, we're keen to get support for the archives that we have protected from that building, and if there's any chance of getting some funding in the future for an archives room somewhere in, hopefully in the old building, but anywhere in the village, it would be great. We also, as outlined, a few other things, we're really keen to work with council on things up there like our gardens, the gardens, particularly the ones that are managed by Selwyn. We believe there's a bit of lack of input there right now. The gardens are looking pretty awful, I'd have to say, and we have offered to help with that, and it would be great to be able to do that more and more with the council contractors. We do see a lot of the contractors coming up from council. We realise that's the model you have to use, but we do see one coming up to do gardens and one coming up to do the water and one coming up to do something else, and it just seems a bit of a waste of money at times. You do see there this, we question the need for this allocation for underpass flooding. We're not even sure what that's for. But if it is for the underpass that goes through to the railway station, then we think that should be Kiwi Rail concern rather than council, but not sure what exactly it's for. So I want to see regular maintenance of the council gardens, and then on a personal note, more of a personal note, because the one about Break Hill and the covering of the drain there. I live on Break Hill. we often get a little bit of rain up at Arthur's Pass, and it does flood a bit and come across the road, and we'd like to see that drain, and also have the pleasure from time to time of pulling cars out of that ditch. So really keen to see that. Not sure if that's included in the funding allocation yet, but we've done snaps and solve about that, and it doesn't seem to get very far. So that's about me. I'm happy to answer any questions. Barry will be following up on the water supply. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Any questions from councillors? Sophie?
Yeah, I'm also going to take the opportunity because I see in your submission you've mentioned about dark sky as well. And just wondering what, for you, the purpose of dark sky accreditation would be. So from Castle Hill, we heard it was more about photos that we want to be able to take, but not so much about the growth of the village or any tourism or anything like that. How about for Arthur's Pass? What would it mean for you?
Yeah, I think, the fact that we think, Arthur's Pass is a pretty special place in terms of the tourism, particularly a tourism process through Selwyn, and the dark sky would add to that, basically, being a dark sky. We know there's going to be big problems with it at Arthur's Pass because of the railway lights. So we think, the council could be somebody you could put the pressure on to do something about that, perhaps, but we're really keen to just see it as part of the tourism attractions of Arthur's Pass.
Thank you. And Elizabeth?
Hi, I'm requesting funding for the heating. Well, I think if I read this correctly in another submission, you're looking to have a fire. Is that to replace an existing fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, sort of, yeah. Yeah, the community centre, which Pete will talk a bit more about, he's the expert on that, but the fire, the council was going to put in a new fire inside the community centre. And in the process of doing that, they found out they had to get a consent for it from the council. So it got stopped at that stage, and it's now on the books to be replaced. We just want it to be done a bit sooner.
Yep.
That's all. I think it's not down for about 5 or 6 years, and I think it'll be brought forward.
That's cool. And I just wanted to clarify, I'm not familiar with your garden, but is this an alpine garden? Like, is this garden a public space, or is it attached to the community centre? What sort of size are you talking about in gardening, and what sort of plants?
Yeah, right. No, it's the gardens associated more with the public toilets, the big public toilet block there, the council built. And the gardens are alpine plants, and mainly tussocks with some really nice big rocks which are now disappeared into the tussocks. And then there's things like beech trees growing through it which seed very easily up in Arthur's Pass, and they need to be taken out, I believe. And there's some dead plants. So, yeah, there are alpine plants and alpine shrubs like ribbonwood. Yeah.
Thank you. Shane?
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, Chris, and also thank you very much to the civil emergency team up in Arthur's Pass there. I know they're a taonga for that area. Should things go wrong, the park headquarters, is that currently owned by the Department of Conservation? And what is the question that you're asking for the council to support the redevelopment?
No, it is owned by the Department of Conservation. And it closed down 5 years because of 5 years ago because of earthquake risk. We were looking really to the council to support the process that DOC is going through to reopen it at this stage. One of the things I forgot to touch on was, in fact, that talking to the emergency management team that they would really support the opening up of that building too, again, because it is a big asset to the village and would be a good asset in terms of civil defence. We also want to, make it a centre more for conservation education and even, conservation hub for all of Selwyn, if we got there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris, for coming in today. I can certainly speak to the need for a fire in the community centre there after coming to the Dawn Anzac ceremony in the wind and rain. It was really great to have your community breakfast inside and be warmed by the fire. So appreciate the hospitality of Arthur's Pass, and thank you for coming down today to present that to us.
Thanks for coming, Sam.
The next presenter is Barry McKenzie. Barry, welcome. Barry, you've seen the process that Chris has just been through, so same for you. We really appreciate your written submission and welcome now a chance to have a conversation about it.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. I come from an engineering background. I have been the mechanical services engineer at the airport for 5 years in charge of sewers and all of their water systems there. And likewise, I've been part of Christchurch City Council within business and property asset management. So I have a little bit of a background on the technical side of that. Before we kind of dive into that though, there's one thing that's actually not in my submission, but it's probably of keen interest to everybody, and that's the speed limits within Arthur's Pass. We find that that the 50 kilometres an hour speed limit that's currently there is excessive for a number of reasons, but one is the place gets really packed with pedestrian traffic, particularly over the summertime and around the store. And the other one is for protection of Kia, who we've had a few flattened on the road, and our thoughts are that decreasing the speed limit to 40 or so would actually make the place a whole lot safer for pedestrians, children, and the wildlife. And we would support council's approach to Waka Kotahi to have that achieved. That would be really great. I've looked quite closely through the long-term plan and the budgeting for the Arthur's Pass water supply, and hats off to everybody for the amount of work that's been done and the amount of information that already is within the plan. The knowledge base is very good. We know how big the system is. We know exactly how old these different sections of the system are, and we know what the extent of that is. So really, my submission is in support of a spending that would actually reflect the upgrade of that particular system along the lines of the information that's already there. I think, however, that we're going for, at this point, a storage solution and increasing the storage to cover over a number of other faults that are within the system. And because some of it is quite aged, a large part of the system is actually still in steel pipe and potentially cast iron pipe, which is deteriorating badly underneath the tarmac. And so to achieve what we really need to do in terms of a sustainable water supply, we really need to stop the leaks. Putting in more storage is not going to fix that problem. So a proposal to go through and replace those aged sections of pipeline would be, as a priority, would be a great thing to do. The other thing is that we don't currently know where the water is being used or where the leakages are. And so there is a number of properties, private properties on council up there that don't at this point have water metering on them. And in fact, we've had in the past few months a number of properties that have had new Toby valves fitted to them, but no water meter. Hello, come on. It should be a policy if you're redoing a water supply, then for heaven's sake, the metering has to be done at the same time. That's a pretty quick fix. One of the things that will be an issue for us, and Chris has spoken of it, is about the AF8 emergency response. Water is critical to that, and our water storage situation, we know under the current regime, will probably disappear in 3 hours if there is a substantial mains break. Not much point in having all those tanks up the hill if the mains breaks. So there are a number of technical ways around that. I'm in different buildings. You'll probably hear if it's fed with gas. If there's a seismic event, then the slam shut valve will shut off a gas supply, and that'll stop the building burning down. We have that in other places in terms of a response to that type of failure, and it would be an easy add-on to do that at Arthur's Pass on the water system. Seismic event, shut it all off, 12 tanks of water still up on the hill, fantastic. That gives all of us, people that are in the community response team, something to work with to be able to help the number of people that would be trapped in that area. So really, my submission really is about prioritising a few things and encouraging council to talk with some of us that have expertise in those areas to be able to get the best bang for our buck.
Okay, Barry, thank you for a very clear submission. Great to hear your ideas on how we can do things for you as well. I was under the impression that from 2015 through 2020, all homes on Selwyn District Supplies had meters on them. So interesting to hear what the situation is in Arthur's Pass, and I'm sure our team will, are keen to have that feedback, and we'll look at what we do with that situation. Councillors, is there any questions? Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora, sir. Thank you very much for coming. So slightly off topic, our very first speaker this morning was talking, it was Ben Deans, and he was talking about wastewater supply reticulation in the village. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts to add to that sort of topic as well.
Wastewater treatment at Arthur's Pass is done by on-site septic systems, and every system there is individually looked after by the property owner. There will be some failures within those systems because they are no longer, or they have never been under any sort of review. I've recently repaired a system myself, and we all know that once, unless you are in a triple rinse type system, then the wastewater just goes straight into ground. There are potentially a number of septic tanks around the whole of this district that also will have issues with concrete degradation and infiltration direct of untreated sewage straight into the groundwater. So there's some work to be done, possibly at an ECAN level, or certainly at a council building compliance level, that may run something like every 5 years, your septic tank has to be pumped out, and there has to be a visual record of the integrity of the internal of the tank. And I think that's really important. If we're looking at protecting groundwater, as previous speakers are talking about nitrogen and pathogens, then there will be thousands of septic tanks out there that are gaily contributing to our groundwater degradation that currently are not under any sort of review at all.
Thank you. And final question from Elizabeth.
So following on what Sophie spoke about and the previous submitter on the topic had said, it did sound like there was some concerns over the fact that some of the ratepayers there, the property owners, wouldn't be able to potentially afford to upgrade their septic. That was a concern of theirs. Do you share that sentiment? And also on table 7, you've got the condition grading for the Arthur's Pass scheme assets. Are you stipulating that condition rating of 5, which is only 10% of the network, is the one that you're currently advocating to have replaced?
Those, so I looked at the areas that are regarded as poor, very poor and moderate. There's probably a total of around about 600 metres of underground pipeline, according to the drawings. That would be a pretty quick fix for 500 metres of mains.
Well, thank you for coming in and answering those questions. I really appreciate having the opportunity to discuss things face to face. It adds a lot more emphasis to your submission. Council will be making decisions through June and final decisions in early July, and we'll be communicating back with you after that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next presenter is due closer to 3, so we're going to adjourn the meeting until 2:45, and if Desiree, who's coming in, is earlier than that, we'll be ready at 2:45 to receive submission number 918. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi, Derek. Get it, Phil. Good, mate. Long time no see. That's a lot. Keeping us track. Oh, yeah. Fully retired, yeah. With this, with the city climate, yes. No.
Desiree, thank you for coming and joining us. We really appreciate the submission that you've already given in written form, and councillors have that. And today's an opportunity for you to present anything of emphasis that you'd like within that submission, or anything new that you'd like to provide to us. We've got about 7 minutes for this conversation. There's a big screen over on the wall there with a 7-minute timer on it, and we're really keen to hear what you have to say. So the microphone in front of you is on because we've got a councillor at home today who is listening in. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you all. As you know, my name's Desiree Barnes. I'm the president of the Rolleston Softball Club at present time. As from the submission is that we were looking for our second diamond to be established in the next couple of years, and hopefully it gets onto the long-term plan as part of that. But one thing I really wanted to emphasise, and hopefully within the next 12 months, is what we're looking for is the installation of the dugouts on the existing facility. The reason why I'm emphasising that is for 2 reasons. One, the premier status has been given to the Rolleston Softball Club last year with their first premier men's grade standing up. And as part of that, to host premier tournaments, we need a premier graded facility. And what is missing is the dugouts on the facility. Currently, we put up tents to ensure that people stay off the shade because it gets extremely hot. And 2, it's a place that they can basically hang their hat and their bats where everybody doesn't interfere. I say this because if we want to host tournaments of that grade, we need to have the facility to do that and to carry on and retain our people in the sport that I love and a lot of people in our community. We need to have those put on. It should have been put on when the facility was put on a while ago. But I'm coming to you now to ask that we can look in the next 12 months, or hopefully before the next season starts, to put the dugouts on. One, because gazebos are now perishing under the sun and they are quite expensive to keep upgrading so now it's going in probably about a $5,000 to $6,000 expense to the club to have these tents put up every couple of years. So quite an expense on the club to put that. And next, obviously, it's a health risk for our team, because even our younger players, to get some shade from the sun in those hot days, we need to provide that, as I feel, for the club. So if we can't get it in the next couple of years, if we could get a really good consideration of putting dugouts on the facility, and hopefully we can maintain them to the facility's standards it is now. As you know, we look after the facility ourselves with spraying, and we actually put fences up as well to stop people walking their dogs or putting their bikes across it. And then the club does that at their own expense. So I'm just hoping that you take under consideration of putting the dugouts on in the next 12 months and hopefully before our season starts in October. But that might be a bit of an ask to do that. But that's our main point. And next is in the next couple of years to put the next turf down, because as we know, we're a growing club of 300 odd members, and to share one facility with baseball has been difficult at times. And as we want to keep that status going and retain our people, that's what we're looking for.
Great, thank you, Desiree, for coming and talking to us on that. Is there the dugouts that you're after, are they similar to the ones that are on the turf that Selwyn United football use? Is that's really what you're after? Yeah, but also they actually attach to the facility itself, so they just tack on. So it doesn't have to have power or anything like that. It just has to have a place we can hang their hat and people to have shade and seating in. And I have put some designs in the submission, and there is a range from either 1 bench or 2 bench. 2 benches is preferred, but obviously that's a cost analysis that you guys will have to do. Cool. And have you had any conversations with our staff before the submission? Like, is there a history of conversation that we're not hearing? Yeah, I've talked to Craig Newell about it over some. Not Craig Newell, Craig. I forget his last name. Craig, I just know it was Craig. Yes. Over the years that should have been put on, and he like I said, agreed. But at the time, that was the spec that was done. I said okay, and we have fundraised over the years to do it, to put one on. But I feel this is your guys. It's the community facility. And for a club to spend so much money on a facility that we don't actually own, it seems fruitless for us. But that's why we install fences, so we come to the party of some part of it. And even talking to Craig in the last couple of weeks, we've agreed to lock the facility over the winter months to stop people going on there and wrecking it up. We've had kids trying to light fires there. We've had dogs on there and trying to keep and protect that facility for the community. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. You answered one of my questions in terms of your fundraising and then using it for the fences rather than the facility. Do you guys pay to rent the dugouts, the facility as it stands at the moment, or like how does it work with that relationship between your use and SDC ownership?
STC ownership completely. We don't pay for the use of the facility. As far as I know, we don't pay anything to the STC, but that's just something that we could probably come to if we need to. As I said, I think the dugout should have been part of the first spec that was put through, and I don't know why it was missed because I wasn't there then. But that's maybe something we can talk about.
No further questions. We appreciate you coming in today, and we'll be considering your submission along with the others through the next 6 weeks and making decisions early in July.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Ta. Councillors, the next submitters aren't due until 3:25, although Arundel was in the building before. So we might just wait until their scheduled time, and then hopefully the rest of the submitters will run together. So we'll adjourn again until that scheduled time of 3:25. We're just waiting for one of our other councillors to join us back again, so we'll be in just another couple of minutes until we hear from you. Okay, we'll continue on with today's submissions. And just note apology from Councillor Epiha, who is away, if that could be noted. We come to submission number 471. It's Adjournment Basu. Thank you for your written presentation to us, which has been received by councillors. And today is an opportunity for us to hear from you any matters of emphasis that you'd like to place on that submission, or anything new that you'd like to bring in to that submission as well. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation, and there's a stop clock on the wall over there that you and I can both see. The microphone in front of you, just press the right hand button once and that will turn the microphone on. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for giving me an opportunity to come here and present my view. Kia koutou, my name is Arindam Basu. I'm a professor of Environmental Health and Public Health Sciences at the University of Canterbury. And today, the perspective that I am going to bring to the House is that of the science, that of longer term thinking, and that of the public health policies that have been time tested and proven, and something that we need to do. And the context here is this, that there is a community pool in Sheffield that I'd like to pitch, that we can save, build, and make it an object of doing things that will make us proud, and why in the longer term thinking and the longer term plan of Sheffield, this is such an important thing. So the first, I'll pitch on it on three points. The first one is that we are saving it for our future generations, and that's important for us. We are going to save it for our planet, which, as you know, is in serious crisis. We call it a climate crisis, and that's not a theoretical thing. It has been proven time and again. It's an incontrovertible evidence that we can do this. And what does a small community pool help us to mitigate that? I'll build that argument. And my last thing is this, or the third point is this, that let us show that as Selwyn people, as policymakers and decision makers in Selwyn, we are responsible. We are responsible to the future. We are responsible to the present. My first argument is this, that the future is our present. So we are saving it for our future. We know that in this country, we need our children to be smart with water. We are a country where we pride for our water sports and our water-related culture. We are a jewel in the Pacific. If we are so, then it's important that we should save every bit of our water resources. So Sheffield Pool is that, and I would implore you to think long-term in terms of that if we can save a community pool, giving it in the hands of the community, and it's one of the rare situations where communities come together to take ownership of it. One of the first things, the best beneficiaries will be our children of our future, because they will learn how to swim. They will know how to keep themselves safe. And we all perhaps agree that a future of the climate of this planet will be determined by people who can save themselves from impending natural disasters. So the next question, of course, is this, that what do I have to say as somebody from public health sciences to come and tell you about how can a small public pool be an answer to runaway climate crisis that we're all facing? Take a look at this. Studies after studies have shown that urban lakes can help mitigate daytime urban heat. This is science. This is not a figment of imaginations. We know that when investigating the thermal effects of urban land, urban planners and designers should consider water bodies' effect on surrounding areas. So many different ways. And to make this point a little bit further, there are two things please consider. That the community pool in Sheffield, the memorial pool in Sheffield, is the only one that's open to the air in the entire West Coast Highway. That is, between Christchurch and West Coast, there is none other. And so what happens if that there is a fire that goes on in the Sheffield Wellington area, this pool could not only serve as an open pool to absorb the resultant heat, it can serve as a pool of water that can be used to douse the fire. So there are dual purposes. So I could go on like this as a lecture, but I'm not going to do this because I know it's not my class. But the third point that I'd really like to highlight here is this: that we pride ourselves as a country that we are a crown jewel in the Pacific. We are the ones that on whom we are the Pacific leaders. We are the leading nation in the Pacific. We are the first world country. We can do it. So if we can save our children, if we can show the world that we are responsible, we are responding to impending climate crisis, we are doing things that will save the life and livelihoods of our children and future generations. I think those are the 3 points that I'd really like to bring to the House. Everything else we can discuss. So how do we do this? Now that we know that there is a community that is shaking hands with each other, they're ready to take ownership of the pool. If we can build a community, pull the community together, pull the community resources together, we will have a winning formula for the longer term of Sheffield. And I know that we can do it, and you will be proud, and we all will be proud. So that's where I rest my case, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Great, Adjournment. Thank you very much for coming to present that to us and for the evidence that you've used in your slides. Councillors, is there any questions that you have of that submission? No, we thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us today, and we will be making decisions through the next 6 to 8 weeks. In early July, we have to have things finalised. So we appreciate your perspective on this and bringing it to us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you.
Next, we have Anne-Marie. This is submission 919, Sheffield Residents Residents Group. This is submission 919. Anne-Marie, thank you for presenting, and Brian for being here today, presenting to us verbally. Councillors have received the written submission, and today you're welcome to highlight anything in that you'd like, or bring in any new information that you'd like to present to us today. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. I'll hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. The key point of our submission is that our community has a voice. Please listen to it. Don't just take that of the supposed key stakeholders. The public in our community accounts for 65% of the pool usage over the season, and therefore they are the key stakeholders, and their voice cannot be ignored again. Brian's going to very briefly talk to you about the heritage and the war memorial status of the pool, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a simple man. My name's Brian Donnelly. I've lived in Sheffield, Waddington area for over 45 years. My children learnt to swim at the Sheffield pool. My children went to the Sheffield school. So we're a pretty well-established family. I also have served 2 armed forces in my career. One was in the United Kingdom and the other one was here in New Zealand, where I served at Burnham Military Camp in various capacities. My attack, for want of a better word, is that it seems to have been forgotten that the Sheffield pool is actually a war memorial. And I struggle with the fact that council have come in and said, we don't care. It's too pricey, it's too costly to look after, and we're just going to get rid of it. And I'm offended to a certain degree, because having served myself, there are a number of former servicemen and current service personnel that live in the Sheffield Waddington area. And so They respect the pool for what it is. It's a place where we can meet as a community, and it's also a place where we can respect those that came before us, those that sacrificed their lives for us. Now, that might sound to you like, so what? Well, to me, it's very important. And I come here today to speak on behalf of those residents in the Sheffield Waddington area that want their pool retained. Thank you very much.
So I know a few of you, and I have lived in Sheffield since 1972. So the pool is very dear to my heart, as are the veterans that live in our area. And as you'll know from the document, back on the 6th of November 1950, the pool was recognised by the Melbourne Community Council as a war memorial, and for some reason it is no longer on the district plan. It does, however, appear on the list of New Zealand war memorials presented by the government, and I would like to know why. This is part of the decision that the council has to make, so when it's considering its decision about the pool, it needs to include the fact that it is a war memorial. The RSA are involved behind us, and they're very keen to hear the answer as well. The pool has significant community importance. As Aaron has pointed out to you, it's the health and well-being of our children, our families and our community. It's a place for people to get together and congregate. It's essential for water safety. And as we know from the last season, the Darfield pool does not have the capacity and had to close on a number of days to allow for non-public swimming. That just makes people want to go and swim at the Waimak, and we all know what happens then. The council inherited the responsibility to maintain the pool when it took over ownership of the pool after it had been built in the 1950s. Unfortunately, maintenance has been neglected, leading to the current structural issues, and that needs addressing. There are misconceptions regarding the usage. Recent discussions about closing the pool were due to low visitation numbers. A lot of those low visitation numbers were during COVID. That's a no-brainer. Also a couple of bad seasons due to weather patterns, but also because the hours had been changed due to health and safety reasons, which we understand, but those hours weren't discussed with the community and weren't necessarily suitable. We lobbied for a change in the last season and the numbers almost doubled. Community engagement is really important, as is the consideration of the depth issue, which is a huge misunderstanding. The community do not understand the depth profile of that pool. They do not understand necessarily what the change could be to make it better. A few seem to be fixated on keeping the diving board at the risk of the safety of their children, which I purely don't understand. The community actively engaged in discussions about the pool's future, and we conducted a survey which was then presented to our councillor Lydia Glennon, and also a copy was sent to Sam. And that survey showed a very strong support for reducing the depth to a more meaningful level for health and safety standards, to enhance accessibility and also reduce maintenance costs. That seems to have been ignored despite it being in council reports. Our proposal is a holistic approach, obviously dealing with the immediate repair, but then a long-term collaboration between the council, the community and other key stakeholders. One that's workable for all of us, one where the community holds the big stuff and the community help with the little stuff, reducing the cost for the council going forward. The proposal that has been put forward in the council LTP for a close to $800 to $1 million pool is, we believe, a dream. It doesn't have to be that flash. It has to be reasonable and acceptable. And I'm sure that with a collaboration between the council and the community, we could find a median point that would work for everybody. Our submission urges the council to maintain open communication with the community and keep the pool operational for the upcoming season as it recommended in its letter on the 10th of May last year. This allows time for collective decision making, but also keeps our community cohesive. Our community has a voice. Please do not ignore us. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne-Marie and Brian, for bringing that submission to us. Councillor, is there a question that you have of that submission? Lydia?
My question is just actually around, and I think this might be a typo reading your submission, but the box tick under closure of Sheffield Community Pool, it says yes.
It should say
And
no.
I think it should say no.
We don't want it closed. No, we definitely don't want it closed.
So, yeah, I just wonder if, is there room for amendment on that? Yeah.
Yes, we can note that.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Hi, we've had a few other people come in and discuss this topic with us, and what I felt that we'd heard from them was for it to be handed completely over to the community, but your submission is to have a dual partnership with council. If it was handed over, do you see that as being an option, an affordable option for your community to take on that responsibility and a workable option?
No. Not as a community group, we don't believe that's possible. We believe that the risk is too great, that the legal risks are too great, and that the community would attempt to do that, and based on past experience, it could potentially fail, and that's not a workable long-term solution for our community for the next 40 to 50 years.
Cool. Thank you for responding to those questions and coming down here this afternoon to present in person. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lester McKee, submission number 1416. Lester, welcome. This is the Rolleston Squash Facility Development Group, or RSFDG. You're welcome to have everyone sit with you at the table and be a part of the presentation as well. And if you want to bring some further chairs forward, please do. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation, and we thank you for your submission to us, which we have already received. And today's about you highlighting anything within that submission or bringing any new information to us. And we appreciate the slides that you've got for us as well. The right-hand button in front of the microphone will just turn that on. Press it once, and the floor's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, staff, thank you for this opportunity to hear our voice. As mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the Rolleston Squash Facility Development Group, and I'd like to...
I'm Vanya. Thank you for the opportunity to present our voice, and passing on to Alina.
I'm Alina. Thank you for the opportunity to present as well.
Yeah, I'm Kevin. Yes, so we're here today to register our local support for the Squash New Zealand Squash Canterbury submission 1296, which you'll hear verbally from that from them on Tuesday afternoon. The need in terms of squash for our local community is the New Zealand Facilities Development Plan identified Selwyn and Rolleston as a top national priority. Rolleston, according to the National Squash Facilities Development Plan, needs 4 courts currently and 6 in the greater area. And we've locally generated a petition that generated 368 signatures just in the last 3 weeks to indicate support for such a facility. Squash New Zealand and Squash Canterbury is requesting funding to build a multi-sport capable squash facility and to do a feasibility study in the first year with 60,000, a concept design in 2026 with a further 40,000, a detailed design and consenting process in 2027 for a purse of 250,000, and then with the idea of construction beginning perhaps in 2028. With a need for about 2.5 million. So it's not a small request. Just to give you an idea about squash in the world, it's played in 185 countries by 20 million people across the world. These are often Commonwealth countries, but also Pacific nations and Asian nations being the largest squash players. In New Zealand, we have over 100,000 people playing actively. We hold PSA tournaments, World Squash tournaments, and we have world number 2 currently, Paul Cole, who's currently playing in the World Championships starting today, I'm hoping. Yay. And Joelle King, who's currently ranked world number 16, down from her number 4 position. In Canterbury alone, we have greater than 3,500 squash players. In Rolleston, we estimate we've got 140 players, but the problem is we don't have a local squash facility. Oliver Johnson, who's one of our local community members, lives here in Rolleston. You'll see him around. Is currently ranked number 12 in New Zealand and has to go to Burnside to play squash. So we see a lot of benefits for Rolleston. It's an indoor sport played all year round. Modern facilities are warm. They have movable walls and therefore can be multi-sport facilities that can be used by a range of different sports. For example, spinning, table tennis, badminton, pickleball. This seems consistent with the need that I heard from the Residents Association this morning, that we need more covered sport and recreational space here in Rolleston. With a local facility being walkable and bikeable, this would allow for after school, holiday and youth development programs, and that to me would be very consistent with the youth hub that Selwyn District Council has been developing and supporting. So we'll just give you a few of the local stories from our position. Farron Nisa said, I like to play squash and it would be great if there was a facility in our local area.
I'll start with my own voice actually. I'm a beginner in squash. I love the sport. I have 2 kids, they love playing even though they're still beginners. And I want to say that squash is like chess, but you're sweating. And it's a really great, and I had to drive all the way to Christchurch to be part of the club. Unfortunately, it's then I play less. And I would like to be able to do it here in Rolleston where I live. Alina?
So the next one is Janelle Ho. I would love to do the sport locally again. We've got Kate Fox. The Rolleston community would benefit greatly from squash courts. There is already a lot of players from out in Rolleston who commute into Christchurch, so this would be awesome.
Just let you know, instead of reading through all of that, which will suck up the rest of your time, if you're happy to leave that with us, we'll make sure that's shared around all the councillors, and you've got a couple of minutes now to think about any further points you'd like to make.
Oh, I just want to say that, I was a junior selector in 2008 with Paul Cole as junior, and the interest in squash is just huge, and it's good for your health and fitness. So I just wanted to voice that to try and help this submission.
Cool.
So I'll just make a couple of closing remarks. Just to sum up, squash is a healthy community building sport that will help address the needs of Rolleston's growing and culturally diversifying community. Squash offers a healthy youth development opportunity for Rolleston's massive youth population. By the census, I see it's about 46% of the local population under the age of 20. The needs from our local petition seem to add credence to the Squash New Zealand's analysis that shows a need for 4 to 6 courts locally. So we're willing and very excited to work potentially as a coalition with staff at the Selwyn District Council, Squash New Zealand, Squash Canterbury, local iwi, Canterbury Sport, the Residents Association and Selwyn Youth Council to bring this proposal to fruition. So thank you for making this submission possible and the opportunity to hear our voice and for your time and consideration.
Thank you. We really appreciate you coming down and presenting in person. And great to see you got Barry Gardner, ex-STC employee, on there of a week quote about how much he'd love to see this as well. A couple of questions from councillors. Phil, first of all.
Just very quickly, I think thank you for your presentation. I think it's a great presentation. $2.5 million in 2028, 250,000, 40,000, 60,000. Why don't we spend that money in Lincoln and get fix the facility there and get a district-wide facility that will service all of Selwyn? Something we already have. I just want to give you the opportunity to answer that question. I think I know your answer, but I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I think the previous submission, the comments about climate change and the need to have local facilities, I think comes into play there. The distance to drive, we need walkable, bikeable, healthy, modern city environments. But I think the second answer is that the first 60,000 that we're asking for is to do an analysis to look at the potential options and the pros and cons of those. And I'm sure that the Lincoln build-out should be an option that should be considered, along with adding on to our local existing facilities, such as the community centre or the existing, for example, swim complex or the sports facility in Foster Park over the road, or a new build, autonomous new building. But I think that would need to be analysed properly, and those arguments brought forward to the council and the community coalition, a discussion with the community to figure out what is the best option for Rolleston. But I think what we're here to say today is that we feel that there is a clear need, but we're not here to tell you how to fulfil that need. Rather, we'd like support to go through the process of analysing how to best address that need.
Well, thank you. Sophie.
Kia ora team, good to see you. Thank you for coming. So I've got a couple of parts to my question, and part of it is there are courts in Lincoln, Leiston and Darfield. We also have lots of people every 3 years, every year to be honest, who come and ask for more money to build more facilities. And it's not always clear that there is actually a role for council to rate the entire district to fulfil the needs of, can be a few hundred people, but that's still quite a small number in the scale of the entire population of the district. And it is quite awkward that your petitions appears to have been signed by a large number of people who don't live anywhere near Rolleston, including overseas, North Island and the wider South Island. So it'd be really interesting to know if there's any way that you know of how many of those people do actually live within easy distance of Rolleston, rather than presenting this petition as a whole. But the question part is, if there isn't necessarily a role for council to fund the entire build for something like this, because we do manage a lot of facilities, there are questions over so many different things right now. If there was space on something like the district park, would you consider forming some sort of multi-sport independent trust and leasing a patch of land and fundraising to build a facility yourselves?
Yeah, so thank you for those comments. There was a lot in that. We purposely in our submission did not hide the fact that our petition did include signatories from all over the place. So I could have just hid that from you, and I purposely didn't. So I hope that might engender some trust that we're not trying to pretend. However, the needs analysis does indicate a need in the vicinity of about 140 squash players in Rolleston alone. And then when you take into account the idea of a multi-sport facility, then obviously that would be broadly and more encompassing. And a number of your other submissions to this 10-year plan include the request for other sports facilities. And so it seems to me staff could perhaps bring those concepts together into a multi-sport concept for us to consider. Let's see, what was your last question? Oh, yeah. So I think, again, that the first 60,000 that we're requesting is to do that kind of analysis and see what the right facility combination might be and the right business model for such a facility, whether it be a coalition, some kind of model in coalition with the council, or it be done through some other means, for example, philanthropy or private opportunities. So I think there are multiple ways that the need could be fulfilled, but I think we need to do that analysis.
Thank you. And last question from Grant.
Thank you. Just trying to understand, you're all keen squash players, and when you want to play squash, you said that you get in your car and you drive to Christchurch. Why do you do that rather than drive to Lincoln when it's closer? And if there was, if the courts were full to overflowing in Lincoln and there was huge demand and demand missing, we'd go, well, there's clearly demand here, we should fill. But I sort of can't understand why, when there's no demand in Lincoln, why all of a sudden there'll be demand.
So at Lincoln, it's not actually a squash club, it's the part of the Lincoln University. So there's not like a club, there are no club nights and nothing similar. That's why, like, for example, I drive to Christchurch because there is an opportunity to be a part of a community that actually play squash. And that's one of the reasons. And also, I want to add that in Rolleston there are 6 primary schools and kids are growing, and they would be able to pick up the sport once they are older. And this would be also a benefit for Rolleston to have one of the facilities where kids can actually congregate and play this awesome sport. But answer your question, maybe you have any other thoughts.
Oh, there might be another answer to that, Grant.
So, yeah, further, Lincoln is a pay-to-play facility. It is not a club facility, so it's not suitable to have juniors running around and having a club night. So there's no junior club program, which is something that I'm quite passionate about seeing Rolleston have with so many 6 primary schools. There's a huge pool of children to pull from that are missing out on this fantastic sport that could be played locally rather than having to travel to Burnside or I think Richmond's the other good junior program, which is both in Christchurch.
I'm just aware and just seek councillors' views on this. We're well past the 7 minutes, and just to be fair to the other submitters that have presented, I don't want to extend this conversation unfairly in favour of squash. So thank you for the presentation that you've presented today, and we'll be making follow-up conversations over the next 6 to 8 weeks before we make a final decision early in July. But we really appreciate you taking the time and coming down here. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for those very, very good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody wants to play squash?
Councillors, Sue Stokes hasn't arrived and Rob Hunt's not due till 4:15, so I just suggest we'll adjourn the meeting till 4:10 and come back in and hopefully take Sue Stokes, and Rob Hunt will be the final submission of the day. could we get the page numbers for future submission booklets on front agenda so that we could Rob, thanks for coming and joining us late on a Friday afternoon to talk about your submission to council. We're here to listen to you, and we've already seen your written submission. So today is really an opportunity for you to highlight anything that's in there, and also bring any new information to the table if you'd like to. And you're familiar with this room, the microphone's still, just press the right button and make it work. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. The floor's yours.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to come, and apologies for running a bit late this afternoon, but it's a good reflection of some of the increasing traffic demand around Selwyn. I, as you well know, very familiar here, and I appreciate the open dialogue we have. It is really exciting as a school, not just from the school leadership team, but our community, to see some of the proposed infrastructure that is planned, particularly around Duns Crossing Road, the intersection with Burnham School Road, and in the longer term commitments around Brookside and Gould's Lowe's Road as well. It's no surprise to the council. Obviously, the school is fully in support of those infrastructure projects, and without regurgitating any part of our submission, it is, in our mind, a critical investment that cannot afford to be missed at a time when I'm sure every expense needs to be scrutinised. Any delay on this critical piece of infrastructure, particularly the traffic lights at Burnham School Road and Duns Crossing Road, would cause significant concern to us as a kura, us as a community, and the council has shown such good judgment to get to this point. It's just that final push that we just want to be here to endorse and support too. The final part I'd say is we know that as Selwyn continues to grow, the plans for Rolleston Township will continue to see that demand, and it would be really good in our mind to be prepared for that future rather than waiting for it to happen. So I think that's pretty much all I need to say in a very short time.
Great, Rob. Thank you for that. And although it might be no surprise to us, as you've said, it still matters that you come to say it, rather than just us assume what your thoughts and feelings are on it. So we appreciate you coming in. Councillors, is there any questions that you have for Rob in the submission? Elizabeth.
Sorry for my ignoramus. So you're asking for including the Brookside Road upgrade and cycleway project. Has that been something that's already designed, or is that something you'd like to see designed?
The Brookside cycle path is something which has been talked to in various states with us as a school. There's been discussions of increased shared footpaths along Brookside to improve the access way down there. We made previous submissions 2 years ago or so when talk of the cycleway to Burnham was first proposed, and we just believe it makes good sense that rather than that go along State Highway 1, that we utilise the township, increase accessibility through the township and connect to Burnham that way. That wasn't the nature of our submission, but we can see that as part of the long-term planning, the cycleway is included in that plan, and we just want to say if that's something that could be escalated, then we'd fully support.
Right, thank you, and we appreciate you coming in, as I said at the beginning, Friday afternoon, to talk to us on that. Ta.
Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the planning.
We'll be discussing this over the next few weeks. We make final decisions early in July. Councillors and staff, that brings us to the end of day one of hearings. I'll adjourn the meeting and we begin again on Monday morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.